Indonesia. So, as you know, these coming days and week gonna put Bali under very, very specific light. The G20, presided by Indonesia for the 2023 session, will see Bali being the center of the world for a couple of weeks. In 8 days, the presidents of the 20 most powerful countries in the world gonna be sitting there just few kilometers where we are sitting just right now. It's a very unique momentum for Indonesia to affirm and continue to build its leadership in the region and beyond. Strong demographics and economics make Indonesia the powerhouse for Southeast Asia. But I believe you guys already know it. For those who are sitting in front of me, you already have made the choice to settle in Bali or a bit further, for those who not yet in Bali. And yes, you are here in the Island of Gods. For those following us today on Zoom, it's maybe because you are considering this option. Of course, Indonesia and more especially Bali are well known worldwide for their great people, unique culture and lifestyle. We're gonna talk about with Florian later on. It's also, and it's maybe not that well known, a very vibrant business ecosystem and tech business ecosystem, attracting more and more investment and people, talented people, on a daily basis. These people try from Bali, from Indonesia, to solve more global problems. This is the stories, and more importantly, this is the people behind them who are gonna share and gonna be shared with you today. So for myself, I'm Jerome Remeur. I'm the CEO and founder of HiPeas, which from Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia are supporting hyper-growth company to find the talent they need in the region and beyond. And for today, I'm your very junior MC. So it's now time for me to welcome both Reza and Anne, which are the co-presidents of La French Tech Indonesia, under your applaudissements.
Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. We are very honored to have you for our very first La French Tech Indonesia Summit. So I'm Anne Caron, co-president of La French Tech Indonesia. During my day job, because I do that on the side, I'm a people strategy expert, and I help startups build their organization, so positive and performing organizations that scale. I'm based in Bali, and my co-president is here from Jakarta.
Thank you, Anne. Hi, everybody, and thank you very much to be here. I try to adapt to the local culture, so I keep my glasses here. So my name is Reza Nazar. I'm Iranian French living in Indonesia since 2012 and co-president of La French Tech, Bali, no, not yet, Jakarta chapter. And I'm also the founder of CapekLabs, which is an experience gift platform. We operate everywhere in Indonesia. So, so you can connect with us by scanning our QR codes. But yeah, go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So a little bit about French Tech. French Tech born in France in 2014 to develop the local digital economy. Mainly for the smaller cities in France, and see the success of this organization. A lot of communities outside France decided to create also their own French tech. So now we have 63 communities around the world and representing in 100 cities. So last year, when we saw that there is no French Tech in Indonesia, we decided to create the French Tech. We are not yet labelized because we have to go through all the labelization from the French government, but it's in a good process, and most probably by 2023 we will be labelized French Tech Indonesia. So our ecosystem today, this is the ecosystem of La French Tech Indonesia. This is representing all the French represented company startups. We are French, but we are more and more inclusive. That's why we open now our groups to Indonesian and other nationalities. So as you can see, we have from smaller startups to very, very big ones. We have also some representative of investors. We have also French top management representative, and we have some supporting companies also. Next, please. So our mission is basically to be the bridge between the local startup and tech scene and the French tech scene. Put in contact entrepreneurs, investors, and talents. So if you want to go to France and do business in France, or if French startups wants to come to Indonesia and do business in Indonesia, we are here. We are as a door to the local market for you guys. So don't hesitate to contact us, and so we can help you. If you need any support for example, lawyer or incorporation or advisors, we can help you to connect with the right people. And give you.
So as Reza mentioned, one of our objectives is indeed to connect the community together. But we also have one of our core principle is to empower our community members and really encourage them to suggest new initiatives and new ideas. So every action that takes place at French Tech Indonesia is initiated and driven by members of the community. Anyone in the community can suggest new ideas, can drive projects, and bring some new people. Another key principle of ours that Reza already mentioned is inclusion. We are a French-initiated group, but every nationality is welcome. I can see from the crowd today we indeed have a good mix. And so that's quite important for us to keep that encouraged within the group, because at the end of the day, tech has no frontiers, right? Next slide, please. So again, connecting is one of our core objectives. So we have a number of different events throughout the year. So we have get-together meetups with the community. So in Jakarta and in Bali. Also, we make sure that we can help businesses grow by connecting them with the right partners, but we also organize events like pitch days where we can have startups, get in front of other people and get some feedback or investment. It's important also for us to get everyone to share knowledge. So we have some regular panel sessions or keynotes. And finally, getting together is important. So once a year, that event, we are having a summit, and also we are connected with the other APAC communities and try to get everyone together across the region. So in the next slide, if the screen wants to come back, we have a few events already lined up that you can see here. This is without counting all the, the monthly get-together that take place in Bali and Jakarta. You can find all these events so we communicate about that on our WhatsApp group and on our LinkedIn page. So you will have the links to those if you want to join them in the next few slides. And I think that's it. Yeah. I think that's it for us. So we'll leave it to the rest of the event. Thank you very much.
Donc là, c'est first panel, right? Sorry. The mic? Ah, this one. You can give it. Reza, tu peux leur donner le truc? Ouais. All right, so we jump to it. So for I was mentioning, right, there is a G20 agenda, and it's very, very high on the agenda, is about making this world livable and better, right? So I guess the first panel will talk about something that's, sustainability, which is a domain that everyone speaks about, especially right now, but so few really know. So, so we try to see clearer about sustainability and what it means in Indonesia. So we are welcoming a panel of experts in depollution, decontamination, cleantech, sustainability, and sustainability financing. So it's going to be moderated by Mr. Bruno Zysman, sitting just here, which I welcome on stage, please. Bruno, thank you for joining and moderating. Bruno is a member of the French Tech, board member of the French Tech, but also co-founder and CEO of PT Clean Medic Indus, a company specialized in the secure transport of medical waste for decontamination through a digital platform. Thank you very much, Bruno. It's all yours.
Thanks, Jerome. Okay, I'm welcoming my panel. So, Nicolas, Ekrem, Mathias, and Arnaud. Please have a seat. Okay, so Mathias, before we start the panel, you are going to introduce Handprint, I guess. So Mathias is the CEO and founder of Handprint, Asia's leading regeneration as a service platform. Mathias will explain what regeneration is exactly, right? Okay. Handprint just opened a branch in Indonesia. It's a Singapore-based company with now 40 employees, all right, across SEA, Europe, and US. Handprint technology is used by companies in sectors like banking, e-commerce, marketplace, luxury, with clients like Clarins, Foodpanda, Crédit Agricole, TED. Thank you. Their technology enables companies to regenerate the planet, reforestation, ocean plastic cleanup, coral reef reconstructions, etc., in a transparent, quantified, and science-based manner. Mathias, please explain to us.
Thank you so much. So I'll be showing you a few slides to explain a bit more what we do. I think there are questions coming afterwards about like the most important one, with the first one, Bruno, about what is sustainability. But before we define it, because we define it actually later, I can show you those few slides. So the first one shows like what we call sustainability, that will be defined just later. We focus on the second part of the spectrum. To make an economy sustainable, there are two pillars, basically. One is reduction, the other is regeneration. And we focus on regeneration. We are a digital infrastructure that powers the regenerative economy. We will also be talking about the regenerative economy later on. But that's the end of the spectrum that you're seeing here. So we are, you can imagine like a bit like what Stripe did for payments. We are doing it for sustainability. How do I, yep, next one actually. All right, so that's what we've developed. So we are a double-sided marketplace. On one side, you have companies from very different industries. Category leaders in e-commerce like Lazada are one of our clients. Banks, advertising platforms like TIDS, the French advertising platform. Gaming companies, telecommunication companies like Singtel in Singapore. And on the other side, we digitize regenerative projects ranging from reforestation, ocean plastic cleanup, coral reef reconstruction, etc. We give tools to NGOs on the ground, NGOs and social enterprises. We give them tools to digitize their projects, their impact reporting, their financial reporting, so that they reach a level of reporting that matches the needs of big corporates, right? Otherwise, those small NGOs are typically excluded from this type of institutional money. All transparent, science-based, and automated. All of this work has been based on the findings of a research work we conducted for the United Nations in 2019. And so we developed Handprint based on that. If we can go to the next one. the value that we really produce in that market is cost efficiency. So the project we did for the United Nations highlighted that in normal funding setup that are widely accepted by the industry, like carbon credit schemes and this type of funding, when you look at how much money reaches the ground, it's about 15 to 25% of the money that actually reaches local communities when you want to fund sustainable development, like a reforestation program, coral reef reconstruction, etc. Our technology enables to completely reverse that and streamline a set of processes and cut most of the intermediaries to enable most of the funding to come to the ground. So we multiply by 3 to 5 what's actually reaching local communities to have a much higher impact for every dollar spent, right? So that's I think this slide explains a bit well what we do. That's it for the...
Oh, okay, I have a question. If one company wants to join your program, how it works?
You go to handprint.tech, create an account, you choose the project you want to fund, how you want to automate your impact, whether you want to automate it within digital experiences or just like fund specific projects, and that's it. We're a SaaS platform, so it's very easy.
There is a minimum amount to invest?
$1.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
I think it's quite accessible.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Thomas. Okay, now, Mathias, sorry. Now we are going to start our panel. Yeah. And I'm going to start by you since you have the mic, okay?
Fine.
So let's start together. So, Mathias, when you were only 13, you created the most visited website on computer hacking in France.
We start with that biography, okay?
Yes. Yeah. You graduated from ACA in Paris.
Yeah.
I'm graduated also, same school, you know?
Same school, yeah.
Okay. MSc in systems. And you happily turned in startup ecosystem. So prior to FrenchTech, you spent 7+ years in working on R&D collaborations with 200+ tech startups across Europe and Asia as the owner and managing director of GAC Singapore. You also founded Green, an IoT urban gardening group startup. Mathias is a star contributor for Tech in Asia. So, great. So now we start to know you, everybody know you. I have a big question to ask you. Maybe it's the biggest question that everybody could ask. What means sustainability for you?
Okay, so there are many approaches, many angles, how we define sustainability. So sustainability is a field of science, right? Just like medicine, for example. And while medicine focuses on human health and human well-being, and it's like studying and seeking human health and human well-being, sustainability is seeking and studying the well-being of the society as a whole, right? So that's the I would say the common denominator to all definitions of sustainability. And what's important to understand, I think, is that, as I mentioned, there are 2 pillars in sustainable development, and sustainability really recognizes this idea that there is a very strong need to integrate in whatever we do, whatever economic approach we have, to integrate the fact that there will be future generations after us and that we need to leave them a planet that is livable. So that's I would say the second layer of that definition. And the third layer is how we can actually how we can engage in sustainability. What is sustainable to do, what is not sustainable to do, has 2 main categories, as I was mentioning. One is reduction, and today in our economy, it's mostly about reducing fossil fuel energy generation, basically. And the other one is regeneration, which is focusing on repairing damaged ecosystems. So those are the 2, that's my definition.
Okay, great. So someone else has a definition also about sustainability, want to complete it or to give some clue of what he thinks, Ekrem or Nicolas or whoever?
I can try to give a very basic one, at least if we talk about our business, is in everything we do trying to have a positive impact on the environment, or at least the least impact, because there is always an impact.
Okay, great.
Well, for us, as a bank, our job is to channel money, okay, from one place to another. And so when we see a sustainability from this angle, the definition for us as a bank is very simple, is we have to do less of the bad stuff, less of the financing of the bad project, and more of the good ones, okay? And so there's a lot of things that we have done. We stopped financing tobacco, we stopped financing coal-fired power plant, we stopped financing coal mine, blah, blah, blah. So this is actually quite similar to what you said. So this is the things that we stopped to do, and here we've lost millions and hundreds of millions of revenues. And then there's financing of the good project, which is all the sustainable finance, green loans, sustainability-linked loans, social loans, and so on and so forth. So it's quite simple from that perspective, is where we put the money that we invest, which, by the way, is your money, because you put it in your bank account.
Okay, thanks. Financial point of view. You have Arnaud, you want to speak about it?
I think it's a bit of all of everything we heard. So it's, for me, it's going to be something. The sustainability will be like I'm always trying to do. I've been working in United Nations, and sustainability was the first word. You can do whatever the program you want. At least you have an impact on the social part, and sustainable because it's running by itself by the end. So in terms of money and involving the people, impacting your environment in ecological impact. I think it's a bit of all of what we heard here.
Okay, thank you, Arnaud. Thanks everybody for this first answer. I will give the possibility to the public to ask questions at the end of the panel. So, Mathias, we have a second question for you. What makes a winning sustainability strategy for companies?
So what we are trying to do at Handprint, basically, the bigger vision aspect of it, is that currently in 2022, the economy we are living in is almost fully extractive, meaning that companies extract resources from the environment, create product and services out of those resources or out of the energy that can be produced out of those resources. And then sell a service and a product and make a margin, right? And pay their staff and so on. That's the economy we are living in today. What we're trying to enable with Handprint is a shift towards a regenerative economy, where every transaction, when it comes to banking sector, for example, or every customer interaction, when we are talking to merchants, for example, every of those like small events creates a positive impact in the world, like in the form of a certain amount of carbon that is being absorbed, or a tree that is being planted, or a coral that is being protected, or some plastic that is being removed from the ocean. So we produce the infrastructure that makes this possible. And so to answer your question, what makes a winning or what makes a good sustainability strategy, I can only talk to this second part of the spectrum I was mentioning. There is the first part of like reduction, right, that Nicolas mentioned as well. I will be only focusing on the regenerative part. What is a good regenerative sustainability approach for a company? After crunching a lot of data from all of our clients, we have clients all over the world, especially US, Australia, Europe. What we see, what is winning is three things. Number one is a regenerative sustainability strategy that is aligned with the brand purpose, right? I was on stage 2 weeks ago in Jakarta with the CEO of Nestlé. He was talking about how they implemented this net zero initiative. That, for me, that's just like an oil and gas company telling that they are plastic free, right? It's because they are not tackling the right problem. So it's important that the regeneration is aligned with the brand, what they are doing, what's the business activity. That's number one. Number two, it has to be a lever of growth, right? Because if it's not integrated into the KPIs of the company as something that makes the company grow, or a KPI that is not recognized as something that the company needs to grow, then it's going to be like some kind of ad hoc initiative that is just going to be looking good on a tweet at the end of the year, like, oh, we've planted that many trees. Okay, good for you. So it has to be a lever of growth. And for this, the main part is that you need to involve customers. Right? You need to integrate that within customer channels so that customers that resonate with that mission further buy, further engage with your brand, etc. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is authenticity. Right? It has to somehow be aligned with the purpose of the brand. Right? Those are the three things.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I have a third question for you. Last one. We are seeing every day companies making announcements and commitments toward net zero targets, but yet it seems that we are very far from solving this problem. Right? So what is that?
So what's super important to understand is the scale of things, right? Net zero as a framework has been started by governments all over the world to have countries to bear the responsibility, to co-bear the responsibility all together as an international community. And in the 2010s, corporate sustainability started to take that lingo, that taxonomy of things, and absorb it into frameworks and create this thing that is net zero for corporate sponsors, for corporations, basically, sorry. While the scale of it is not possible. Carbon is not fungible. You cannot consider that you erase negative impact with positive impact. And most importantly, net zero targets create a setup where you only look at carbon. And carbon is the only currency, it's the only KPI you're looking at, as if a company is somehow a P&L of carbon. But the natural ecosystems don't work like this. It's much more complex than this. There are problems that are much more urgent to solve than the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, actually, like biodiversity loss, for example. And so by having only targets on carbon, you completely avoid most of the problem, which is social justice and biodiversity loss. So what we're trying to do is to create a new framework that we developed with Oxford University on how to integrate these measurements within the strategies of corporates.
Okay, great. I have a few minutes if someone wants to ask a question to Mathias. Yeah.
Nice hat.
Hello, thank you. I'm Raphael, the CEO of Bali Co-ops. So we are a fair trade and sustainable platform to promote organic agriculture in Bali, in Indonesia. I do have a question for you. Do you support agricultural projects through your app?
That's a very good question. So something that I did not mention for the sake of simplification is that there are actually three levels to solve most of environmental problem. And the third one being regenerative agriculture, right? And it's very specific to your industry, right? It's very hard to get corporate sponsors, which is what we do, corporate sponsor funding projects that aims at making money because farmers make money and all that. So I would say it's another track. We cannot directly fund those projects, but we can, in certain instances, we can help the kickstart of certain types of projects when they are associated with social impact. Okay? So let's speak later.
Thank you very much.
Maybe one question more? Can we? Yeah? One question for Nicolas, right? About the communication. And you know, there is some companies which are communicating too much about what they do. And maybe, I don't know, you know, BNP recently back in France, and we have people watching us from France, right? Has been in the middle of turmoil, right? When it comes to financing and the project that you guys were financing. So is it because you don't do enough? Is it because you don't communicate enough? How do you see this problem?
When we make commitments, so we've made a number of public commitments. When it comes to oil and gas, which I think is a matter that was raised publicly by some 3 NGOs in France. When it comes to oil and gas, we publicly said that we're going to reduce our exposure on oil and gas by 12.5% in the next 3 years, and specifically on exploration by 25%, because we believe today that indeed we should stop exploration of new oil and gas if we want to be at net zero in 2050. So we make those commitments, and basically they are approved by our group CEO. Okay, because at the highest level of the bank, because the last thing that we want is that we are caught into a situation where we say something and we don't do it. Okay, so if you look the press article of Le Monde, actually we've given an answer to this. So we believe we disagree with the assessment of these NGOs. We believe that every single commitment that we've made, we respect those. Okay, so then is it enough? That's the question. Is it enough for the largest bank in Europe to say I reduce by 25% my financing for the upstream oil and gas, that's the way we call it. The debate is open. Okay, what I've seen recently in France is that people are still queuing in front of oil station to put gas in their car. Okay, that's the reality. Okay, so for us, we believe we are one of those banks that is moving away the fastest. Okay, probably not fast enough for a lot of people who are working in the environment. I probably agree with that, but probably faster than anyone else, considering the situation where we are in today, which is the automotive park, especially in this country, for instance, is still largely oil powered. Okay, so that's the situation today. But again, every time we make a commitment, it's decided in a special committee, because the last thing we want is to be caught off guard in a commitment we made and we don't respect. So we are pretty strong that everything we said we've done it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So now we are going to go to the next panelist. It's Arnaud. So
hello.
Arnaud was the head of reconstruction programs after 2004 tsunami in Aceh, at humanitarian aid. Arnaud is now at the head of Clean Indonesia. He's going to explain what it is. Actually, it's a decontamination factory for medical waste. He's also active in Clean Medic Indus as an investor and as an advisor of all matters linked to waste management and environment. So Arnaud, I'm going to ask you two big questions. The first one is, what are the challenges you had to overcome to create your decontamination plant in Indonesia?
What was the biggest problem to create the
challenge? What was your challenge? The problems, the barriers, and how did you overcome them?
To comply with all the regulation in Indonesia, because there are regulation in Indonesia, and especially not with the government, but the people who are already acting on the field who are not complying. So I was coming here beside, bringing a new technology who was complying with the requirement of the regulations. So I was pushing something that some people were already doing, and pushing them to do it following the regulation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know where I go?
Okay.
So the main problem was to be accepted by the people already here who was doing something, not in Bali, of course, but in Java, for example, and tell them that I'm bringing something best for them, but of course, which was costing more to the investment, on the direct investments, but after which is costing less. But I did it. Why the medical waste? Because there are plenty of people here in Indonesia who are already managing the waste. So after 2 years of study, 2011, 2013, it appears that in Bali there were no facility to decontaminate the medical waste. But all the waste are actually managed by other people, all those people you see in the street who are picking waste and resell it by kilo to agents, which the agents are conditioning and sending back to Java or Malaysia or whatever. So, so you have to prove to them that you bring something new, you will not take them their job, but you are coming in complement of them. That was the biggest part of it. That's why it took me 2 years of study and approximately 2 years of making the other people, the other actors here, accepting me as a new guy in their system.
Yeah, they accepted use, right? Because
Yes,
you
indeed.
start the factory, right?
Yeah, because I'm nice.
Finally, you ended it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just intermediate question. I know that you are collecting plastic. You are helping to collect plastic from the sea, and you use it as a combustible for the
Yes.
plant. Can you explain this?
Yes, this is another part of the process. So actually, for our machinery, as we are pyrolyzing, we are not incinerating, we are not burning something which is having a large rejection atmospheric in the soil. But we are pyrolyzing, so we put them in kind of hermetic oven without oxygens. So, and without oxygens, we have no CO2. That's the first point. But when you do that without oxygen, you have no combustion. No combustion, so you increase the temperature of your oven. So naturally, all the molecules of the matters are splitting and joining themselves by a family. Then you can use them as you want. It's a bit complicated, but in fact, it's very simple. This is how the world was created.
Okay, but the mechanism to put the plastic, to use the plastic is what? Yeah, I mean, you ask the fishermen to give you the plastics they collect on the sea, and then how do you put it in the machine?
We approach the fishermen because that's where actually there is the most, the biggest quantity of non-recyclable plastic in the sea. So, and by discussing with the fisher people where we are working to in Negara, in the northwest of Bali, it appears that they are fishing more plastic than fish. And until now they are rejecting, they're just throwing the plastic in the sea. So what we were doing with them is sensitization of, don't throw it back, just keep it and you sell it to us. You sell your plastic to us, we will use it as combustible. Because everybody knows what is plastic is a petroleum product.
Okay.
So once we put it in the, that's where we come with the process. Once we put it in the oven, at a higher temperature, the plastic, we call that a pyrolysis system, the plastic become back petrols, gas and petrol. So we can use it.
Wow, okay. Nice. I think you have on the big screen, you can see the process. It was just before, but if you can reactivate it, it's quite interesting. Well, I'll ask you the last question, which is linked to the previous one anyway. For me, a factory, a plant, is synonym of pollution. I always see a plant, see, oh, there is a plant, it's a chimney with a lot of smoke. So, and you are doing a plant which is decontaminating. So in my head, there is a controversy that I would like you to really explain, that you don't generate any pollution with your factory?
No, we don't.
Okay.
We don't because we are, so at the first chamber we are operating at 850 degrees, which is killing all bacteria. This is the first process, which is creating some minerals and sand on the bottom of the machines. So this is absolutely decontaminated. This is the heavy part. So it's just minerals, like a gravel. Then we still have all the heavy metals, dioxins and furan, which is flying in the gas, in the smokes of residual things.
Okay,
which
you have
is,
it now.
I cannot see.
Now, yeah.
Everybody can see here?
It's blocked.
It's blocked?
It's not moving.
So this is the first chamber. This is the loading systems. Actually, there are 3 steps, 1, 2, 3. So this is the full machine. Okay, here we start. So once we start the machine, we load here medical waste and plastic all together, which is burning here. Here, this is gas system. We use it as the main power on the beginning to heat the oven at 850 degrees. After, we don't use it anymore. So once we are here, this is the pyrolysis system, the first one. This is the bottom ash, which is mineral, Caron here. And here, all the toxic gas here. And then we go to 1,100 degrees here. This is the boiler. Nothing is touching the water. It's just to decrease the temperature of the smoke, which is coming here. Can you come back? And we have 2 reactors here, which is enriching the flying molecules like heavy metals to be, here, to be capped in the sand that we are injecting here. It's actually active carbon and lime, and which is going through the filters here, it was here, and becomes sand. So we have minerals and sands by the end of the machines. No water treatment. The water is just used to regulate the temperature of the machine.
So no smoke.
No smoke, no rejection.
And the residual is used for
to
what?
Make, we usually use to make it concrete block.
Okay. 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 Thank you very much. Someone has a question to ask to Arnaud about his factory, which is in Mekara.
Still me, sorry.
Yeah. Go on.
Please.
Do you have any patent for that, or are you sharing the knowledge? Patent. I mean, that's amazing.
We have
right?
a patent.
And so, how do you see your business? Is your business to make people do the same and you know come out?
I came here to make a technology transfer to Indonesian community. I mean, to Indonesian people, not to own it by myself. So it's possible for anyone to buy the machine. Not to me, because I'm not owning the patent, but it's the company I'm working with in Europe and here. So I represent here the company which is having the patent, and then we will distribute the machines. Actually, we have few clients who wants to buy them. Those people who were fighting against me on the beginning, who today are working with us.
Okay, so it's a bit like open. I mean, it's not exactly open source.
Yeah, it's open.
Not
because
open source.
Not open.
Until now,
open,
only
right?
European people were building the machines. What we did here, we signed an agreement with the governments for the technology transfer. So it's going to be Indonesian people who will build the machines. Actually, we did it already with my machine in Negara. I mean, I say mine. It's not mine. It's the machine of the company. We did it with them. Now they know how to do it.
I have a question. How much is a machine like this?
How much?
The cost of the incinerator.
For one like us, which is 500 kilogram per hour on 24 hours, is $1,750,000 US.
Okay, nearly $2 million.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah, almost $2 million with the installation and the handwork.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Arnaud.
You're welcome.
Okay, so very interesting, right, guys? Okay, so now we come to Ekrem, our third panelist. Ekrem is from Poulain Marine. Ekrem is multicultural, multilingual, globetrotter, professional with 20 years of proven records in international business across the globe. Based in Bali, Ekrem leads Poulain Marine activities for Asia Pacific, for the serial cleaners, full electric-driven robots, and drones to fight marine pollution. You can see on the slide. You can see a video that explains that show you the product. Marina construction and waterfront development businesses. All the projects Ekrem is working on across Asia Pacific have the same objective: sustainable value creation with positive impact on the environment. So Ekrem, I'm going to ask you a few questions now. First one: how drones and robots bring disruptive sustainable solutions to fight plastic pollution?
Let's make a brief history how Poulain Marine come to the marine plastic waste collection business, the cleantech. Our core business is marina design, installation, and management. And our customers that manage the marinas or the boat owners were facing a pain, which is the plastic inside the marinas, worldwide, everywhere. So we were wondering how we can address this pain and how we can bring solution that can be sustainable. The current solutions that exist still almost everywhere is either manual to collect the waste and or with the diesel engine driven boats or tractors if we talk about plastic pollution on the beach. So it took us a few years to come up today with 4 products. The first one developed was the collector, the trash collector, which is a 100% electric floating trash collector, first addressed to the marinas, and now that we develop inside harbors, but also industrial sites and other places that are facing this plastic pollution. It can collect up to 100 liters trash and can operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, without any manual need. This is the first one. The second one we have developed is the Pixie drone. Pixie drone is a drone that goes on the water to reach less accessible areas, that is also 100% electric, and then can be that where we can integrate also sensors to monitor the water quality, for example, or cameras to go in some places that are least accessible. So this is the second one. It can be autonomous or remotely controlled. The third one is what you see on the video is the Bebot, the beach cleaner, that is very successful worldwide. We have sold quite a lot in the US, in Middle East, in Europe, Singapore, Hong Kong. 100% electric robot that, beside collecting the plastic and small plastic up to until half centimeters, so all the cigarette butts, for example, that are hard to collect, in an electric way. It works with electric batteries and can work up to 3-4 hours with one full battery charge, and can collect 3,000 square meters within 1 hour. The last one that you will not see on the video is the bubble barrier, what we call the invisible bubble, is a bubble barrier. It's a tube that we put on the bed, on the river bed, that makes bubbles and that will stop the trashes and then helps to collect it. Also 100% electric if you use electrical generator.
For ocean, right? This is for the sea.
It can be ocean, but not open sea. It has to be on the shorelines. Usually it works where you have areas where the debris comes from the ocean. There is no point of putting it in the middle of the sea. It makes sense to put it where the ocean enter a bay or a marina or a harbor. Yeah.
Okay. I have a question, a tricky question. Why we don't see your robots in Bali beaches today?
That's a very good question. If you have the answer.
Into my mind now.
There are many factors. It will come. It's a question of time. It's because today we still need to create awareness. We still need to work connections. We believe Bali is the right place to develop these products. First is one of the top touristic places worldwide, having several awards year after year. It's a place where you have many startups, like we see here. We are talking about the Silicon Valley. Beside that, Bali is part of Indonesia. So I will not give you all the potential of Indonesia. You know it better than me, probably. But 300 million population soon, 17,000 islands. Bali is one of them. One common thing of all these islands is plastic pollution. You have multinationals that are getting bigger and bigger, national and international. You have startups, and you have tourism. All they have one common interest is less plastic. So I believe we'll find a way. I think we work on the same path. Find a way to find connection. One single actor will not be able to find all the solution. It has to be a combination of actors that have common interest. That's why we based our Asia Pacific office in Bali.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's go to next question. From bleach cleaning to plastic in the ocean, why Bali has opportunity to become leading platform in clean tech solution for coastline and oceans? You just give a part of the answer, but maybe you want to complete it.
The main of the answer was given is that we believe in the potential, and to summarize the previous answer is that it's a common interest. If we don't find a solution for that, we are killing, when I say we, is all the stakeholders I mentioned before. We are killing our business. No more tourists, no more business, less consumers, and it's a vicious circle. We want to create a virtuous circle.
But do you think that the plastic or the pollution on the beach refrain tourists from coming to Bali?
I definitely believe that. There is a growing trend in the ecotourism approach, and more tourists will decide their next destination, whether the city, the hotel, the beach club have a sustainable approach, and they will decide to go or not based on that.
But for you, who is putting plastic on the beach? Is it local people, tourists? Where it comes from?
I don't think it's the right question because you can blame anyone. It will not solve the issue.
That's why I ask it.
I will answer this way. There is a clear need for awareness education. Remember where was Europe, France 30 years ago? What our parents were doing with plastic or cigarette butts. So there is a long path to go in terms of education in Indonesia, but not only Indonesia, still in Europe. I mean, we are not. We don't have to be proud about the situation. If you check the plastic you found in the Indonesian seas, many plastic comes from US, Canada, Europe. So we all have responsibility.
Okay.
We all have responsibility.
Okay, great. Well, last question, interesting question. What business model can make investment in clean tech solutions for plastic pollution profitable? What kind of business model?
There are different business models that can be shown or put in place. I will highlight maybe one on which we are working and is quite successful today. Is, as I mentioned before, it's a combination of actors that will lead to effective, profitable solution. And the one we are pushing, one of the business model we are pushing is a collaboration with 3 actors, win-win-win. The first one is the corporate sponsor. So it can be big corporate companies like Nestlé in the food, Danone, you name it. These companies that have a social responsibility and an image that impact their business, obviously, and that have a budget dedicated to improve that. The second one, the second actor would be NGOs or municipalities, for example. So the organization that will use the products or that are acting in cleaning the beaches or the coastlines. And the third one would be us, obviously. We provide the product. And we aim to work with NGOs to create the projects aiming to fight plastic pollution either on the shoreline or on the beaches and to have a positive impact. So it's to finalize, it's a win-win-win. Everybody, the corporate sponsor will have the benefits of the image by financing some project that is not greenwashing, that have real impact. The NGO will have help to, or the municipality to clean means, and us, of course, we develop our business in a sustainable way.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, of course, I was going to...
Thank you so much. If I can just complete that, I completely agree with everything you just said. I think what we see as well from the data at Handprint, because we collect a lot of data at scale from all of our clients, is that a business model that works, again, is when you make sustainability ROI positive for companies, right? So I just give you an example. We have this big sport store, e-store in Australia. It's called Ultra Football. One of our clients, it's like the Decathlon of Australia. Using Google Optimize, we did an A/B testing of like 50% of their visitors would see Handprint integration, 50% would not see Handprint integration on their homepage, on their cart page, in their order confirmation email, telling their customers, this is the good that you have enabled, namely planting mangrove trees. The version with Handprint created 16% more conversion rate, translating into $32,000 more revenue for paying $1,000 worth of trees. So that's a setup, basically, that for them it's no longer, it's a no-brainer, right? It's no longer a question, it's no longer an investment. But it's no longer a cost, sorry. It's an investment that is ROI positive. And I think that's what us as a community of stakeholders, founders in that sector, we should be aiming at is finding setups where it's becoming ROI positive for companies.
Okay, thank you. You want to, Nicolas? No? Okay. So, is there any question in the public about Ekrem answers? Any point to go through? No? Jerome, no?
Yes.
I was sure, that's why I asked you.
No, actually, what you say, the guys, I mean, it's pretty rare that we have panelists, we are not competitors. I mean, you guys are addressing a problem from a different angles. And my question was about more the syndicates, right? So how do you find, and is there any instance, right? Government is not taking care of it, NGOs maybe, but you guys are on the ground putting, business at work in a good way, right? But as you said, there is many angles, and Ekrem especially was mentioning it's a common effort. Is there any places that you guys can share, discuss, cooperate, or it's just because you guys meet in Silicon Valley that maybe you can do something together, or do you see that? You got my point? Is there any kind of syndicate or overarching governance that you can, you are collecting plastic, you are using plastic, and it was very interesting that you are fishing more plastic, that's true, than anything else, and so you have this kind of stock exchange somehow, right? That your finished product is your finished product, or the waste product is an early product in another value chain.
I think it's a good idea. I've been trying to join any NGOs like, I'm not going to say any name because NGOs who are working in waste management in Bali, trying to cooperate with them, but I got no answers, none of them. I think they are more focused on what they do, or some of them that we all know are more focused on the social impact, social media, social impact that brings them money, than the real problem on the field. Does anyone know me here? You know me? Yeah, I'm not really known because I'm acting on what I believe it's good. I'm not trying to be on the show, and I'm not a businessman at all. I'm an engineer who was working in humanitarian impact before and trying to develop my own, because humanitarian aid, like United Nations, NGOs are more political, I'm sorry for everyone, are more political than anything. So I'm trying to do my best by my own.
But for instance, Sungai Watch, right? The River Watch,
Why
right?
you say a name?
No, they have a lot of plastic that somehow
yes, they do.
But
they are not interested in me, who's using the plastic. They are not.
You're maybe not that nice.
Huh?
You're maybe not that nice. You were saying you were nice. Maybe.
I'm not throwing the stone to anyone. Everybody has his own interest, and everybody is different. You know what I mean? So, and not everyone is concerned about the planets and what to do with it, something really good. And for Ekrem, what I think, the real things that you can do, because you are bringing a drone who will take the plastic on the beach, yeah? For me, instead to try to sell your own drone and make your own business, you have to try to find someone who will work with you, an NGO or whoever, who will make a program which will impact the people to work with the drones. You know, because on the beach or on the dump site or wherever, there are already people who are picking the waste. So with your drone, you will take their job and the way they feed their kids home. You know what I mean? So it's more complicated. Indonesia, it's a complex country, where you have to understand the culture first and how they work. You know what I mean? So before to implement something, you have to bring something for them. We are not from here. We are foreigners.
Okay, I think what is trying to mention is something that I've been thinking for a lot of time. I've been in the Southeast Asia for the last 10 years. I have a 10 years career in the tourism industry, 4 years in Bali, and I just shifted during the pandemic towards a new model of business and to how to make a more sustainable and also social impact model and lifestyle. What you're talking about is basically a lobby. Is how to bring private corporate to fulfill their own role, attract private investment from BNP or for whatever, and then unlock government money. This would be possible. It's like every company in their own field or even competition in their own field can really play on one part of their role, fulfill their role, and not think about competition anymore. This is very hard to do. But this is my opinion, that where we have to go, and Bali is a perfect spot to show the world that it's possible. To make it in Bali, to make it happen in Bali, we'll make it happen in Java, and we make it happen in Southeast Asia, and then pollinate the whole planet.
Anyway, it's a big debate. It's a very interesting thing if we can reach this. Yes.
We do have all the talents needed in Bali right now to make it happen.
Well, 10 seconds. So just on this point, what I don't want to bring it back to Handprint every time, but that's exactly the problem we're solving. We're an ecosystem coordinator, coordinating NGOs doing the work on the ground, quantifying their work, quantifying what's the additionality, how urgent that project is to be executed, and what is the actual impact that they're having in real time in terms of carbon absorption, support to biodiversity, and so just to answer that lastly, it's really about creating value on both sides of that marketplace. Once you create value, I think you align all interests, and I think it can, to disagree with your point, I really believe it can still work in a competitive environment.
The thing is that human has this tendency to forget the bigger picture, and that we cannot be blind about the bigger picture. So instead of being competition, like Sungai Wash doesn't want to work with clean, then they should be working with clean, because there is not enough projects to deal with all the plastic. Or however, I'm sorry, Arnaud, I don't know what's the inside in it.
I never say that.
No. I'm saying that, and I don't know anything about it. So, just my point is that you can still, competition is good, but it's not good when you're stealing a contract from another company which is doing the good. Okay. Absolutely.
Sorry, I have to go to next panelist because our time is counted, but we can continue this discussion off the shelf. So now we're going to have Nicolas Parot answering a few questions. So Nicolas Parot is the country head of BNP Paribas in Indonesia and present director of PT Bank BNP Paribas Indonesia. Nicolas joined BNP Paribas Group in 1997 in Tokyo in the aviation finance team. And then in 2019, he headed the transportation sector for Asia Pacific from Singapore, leading the bank's aviation and shipping practice located in Jakarta since 2020. He has 25 years of experience in providing funding, hedging, advisory solutions, and capital market access to companies across Asia Pacific. BNP Paribas is present in Indonesia for 52 years and banks with more than 200 local and foreign companies, providing a full range of banking services for all sectors of economy. Nicolas has a personal interest in sustainable development and sustainable finance. He holds a civil engineering degree from Mainz Paris Tech, which is École des Mines de Paris, and took advantage of the 2020 COVID lockdown to graduate from the 650 diploma, the online computer science introduction course from Harvard University. Okay. So
I didn't know my full bio would be ready,
Yeah.
but thank you. So
Okay.
everyone knows everything now.
Yeah. But that's great.
So I've coded an app in Python, SQL, and HTML, and I hope I can sell it to someone today. So that's an app to keep scores of tarot games. So it only interests French people because only French people play tarot actually.
Okay.
I can show it to you.
Let's go through the questions. How does BNP interact with cleantech companies? This is the first question.
Okay, so generally, if we can go to the other slide first, the next one. Generally, first looking at the tech universe generally, and especially for us, to be fair, fintechs are more relevant. We interact with tech companies in many different ways. Okay, so we are a big finance shop that does a lot of things. And generally speaking, when we look at a tech company, there was a lot of talk initially, when fintech arrived in the market, that they would kill banks. Actually, we're still there, okay? And I think we continue to be there as an industry. Why? Because it's a highly regulated industry. And the last thing you want to be is to be regulated like a bank. And so pretty quickly, usually, it puts a limit to the development of fintechs. And so today, when we look at a fintech and generally a tech company, we have many ways to interact with them. Sometimes here we compete. Okay, we compete with the new, digital banks. Yeah, clearly. Sometimes actually we cooperate. We do joint venture. We work together on certain types of transaction where we don't have probably the agility as a big shop to develop a fast solution, an agile solution. So we do that a lot in a trade finance transaction, for instance, where we have documentary check to be done on standby letter of credit, bank guarantees, and so on and so forth, where a lot of tech have developed very interesting solutions there. Sometimes those tech companies are our client. Sometimes we are their client. Sometimes we buy them, sometimes we sell them. So there's a lot of things that can happen. So we usually keep our ears and our mind very open when we look at a tech company. Okay, we've launched our latest development plan, which is called GTS 2025. G is for growth, T is for tech, and S is sustainability. So for us, growth is an obvious. We want to grow. It's normal. Tech and sustainability is our core plan for the next 3 years. So now to go more to the topic of today, which is more clean tech and social tech, because actually both are very important and both need to go together, as was mentioned by Arnaud and several of our panelists. So we like and we use the services of tech companies that can provide us good data. Okay, so that's very important. And for us, as an institution, we are very data-driven, process-driven. If we don't have good data, we believe we are taking risks that we shouldn't take. Not just credit risk, but sometimes reputation risk. So any company that provides data that can be useful to us is something that we want to work with, especially when we do a green loan, a sustainability loan, a linked loan, and where some companies, client of us, make some claim that they are using our money somewhere. More and more we like to verify that, and we like to verify that in an efficient way. So that's really something where we use services of tech companies in that way. Now I'm going to show you two examples to come back to the previous slide of tech companies that we have interacted with. Maybe I start with Clement Seed. Clement Seed was a company where BNP acted as a kind of incubator, because they are staff of the bank went to see their management in 2017 and said, oh, we believe there's a market for an exchange on carbon credits. Okay, but however, there's even back then there was a lot of scrutiny as to the quality of the verification and certification. And so what we did is we went to certify our own project on top of the normal market certification. We presented them in our platform. We exposed them to people who needed to buy those carbon credits, and we created this exchange. The problem we have is when you create an exchange, you want as many participants as possible, and in order to have better liquidity and better price discovery is important. And as a bank, we are not very well positioned to have a lot of people that interact with an exchange that we own because of the KYC regulation that we need to put. And so at the end, we sold it to AXA, actually. And they are very happy with AXA. They are flourishing with AXA. So that's a case where we grow it inside us and we sold it. The other example here is more what I would say is as close as possible as social tech. I don't know whether everyone knows Nickel, Compte Nickel in France. Basically, okay, you don't know it because you're not the target clientele. You're too rich, basically, most of you. If you could pay a Gojek to come here, you're too rich already, because this bank is the cheapest bank in France. Okay, what do we do with Compte Nickel? We use tobacco retailers as our network. Okay, en français, les bureaux de tabac. The tobacco retailers are the network of the bank. Today, you go to a tobacco retailer in France with your ID, you open an account in 10 minutes, and you can put cash in the cashier of the tobacco retailer. So his cashier is our cashier, okay? Put cash, and then once you put cash in your account, you can withdraw from the caisse du bureau de tabac, okay? So this was a brilliant idea that some ex-Société Générale bankers had, okay? And they went to create that. It was very successful. It came in front of us and we say, oh, I want that, we bought it, okay? So now it's 100% owned by BNP Paribas, except a small portion that is owned by the syndicate of a tobacco retailer in France, okay? Because we want to incentivize them, so they are also a small shareholder. We're rolling it out in Spain, in Portugal, in Belgium, and this is the cheapest bank. We offer very little services, but what is good is you can open an account very fast. You can have a card now, actually, but we don't make loans. We just offer the very basic service, and so for us, it's a very strong financial inclusion tool. I was asked by someone a few days ago, oh, but do you expect that those guys then will graduate and move to the BNP Paribas offering? No, this is not the intention, okay? Today, we have 2.9 million people who have an account in a Compte Nickel. So this is just to show you an example that when it comes to social or environmental, we buy, we sell, we look at it, we incubate, we help them. They are our client. There's many ways for us to interact.
Okay. Well, great, interesting. I didn't know this this system.
Compte nickel.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. You're not the clientele.
No, but
it's not for you.
Yeah, we buy cigarettes in France.
But yeah, you. So now that you know the logo, you can look at it. Okay. Next time you go to a tobacco retailer in France, you will see the logo. Actually, it's quite useful if you want a second account. If your children become a student and they move, it's easy to open. You can send money quite easily. They can withdraw in a tobacco retailer. They have a card, so it's a simple product. But you know, sometimes most people don't have huge banking needs. Actually, you know.
Great. Okay. I have some question for you before giving the to the public. How can sustainable finance support clean tech companies?
So today, what sustainable finance does is to align financial goals with environmental goals. Okay, we want to make sure that those people who have money to invest, okay, and have also environmental goals can align those goals. Likewise, those people who want to borrow money and environmental goal can have an alignment. So the main killer product that has been existing there for the longest time is the green loan, the green bond. So this concept is quite simple. Basically, the concept is I give you a loan and you commit that you're going to use it for a capex that has a positive effect on the environment. So here, very simple, you're going to buy a solar panel that you put on your rooftop, you're saving CO2, I'm giving you a green loan, you can use the green loan for that. Now, what's very interesting over the last 3 years, basically, is there's a new type of product which I like a lot and a lot of our clients like, is what we call sustainability-linked loans, okay? Where here, I hope it can generate a lot of ideas from everyone here, because this is a new generation of product which I believe is a lot more powerful. What is a sustainability-linked loan? Here, I give you money, I lend you money, and you can do what you want with it. However, what we do is that we agree together on a KPI. Okay, what we like at BNP Paribas is, for instance, CO2 intensity of your business, because that's the most important today, climate change. If you hit this KPI, I'm going to give you a discount on the margin. Okay, I'm going to give you a rebate on the margin. If, however, you worsen your KPI, I'm going to charge you an extra margin. Okay, so basically, it gives you a direct financial incentive to improve your footprint, if we speak about CO2, or improve some of the social KPIs. Then a lot of questions ask us usually, my bank is giving me a discount on a margin, my bank is decreasing the margin. I mean, I don't believe it. You know, banks never do that. Usually they overcharge and they steal our money and everything. So I need to explain here, there's a good reason why we do that. Basically, we believe that if you meet those KPIs, if you improve your footprint, okay, if you improve the social environment of your staff or whatever, then you become a more sustainable company. Obviously, that's the goal. And a more sustainable company is more likely to repay us. Okay, so I believe that I improve my credit risk. I improve my credit risk when those sustainable companies hit their KPIs. So here, for us, we have an alignment, okay? We believe that we are giving a financial incentive for someone to do better. The company is rewarded for those KPIs. And so it's quite a win-win situation. And this product is more and more successful. To give you some example, so CO2 intensity of the business. If I'm financing a shoes factory, how we set the KPI at what level is very important, which is why any clean tech company that has a view and data and methodology is useful for us. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look the average shoe manufacturer in Indonesia, how much carbon of CO2 per pair of shoes does he produce, okay? If you are above this guy, if my client is above the average of the market, I will ask him to at least go below the average before I give a financial incentive. If, however, is already below the average, then I set the bar a bit lower. And so what's very important is to see, to make sure that there's no game around, that we set the KPI properly, because I don't want to pay for nothing, okay? So that's the typical example, CO2 intensity of the business, something that we like. We can also give social KPIs. An example, and then I'm done. Carlyle, a big PE firm, okay, they invest in more or less 200 companies in the world. We looked for them at doing a social KPI, which is the gender diversity of the board of the companies where they invest. So they had 30% of women. We say if you reach 45, then we give you discount on the margin. So it shows you that those sustainability linked, do you understand how the link loan can be anything, as long as the bank is willing to support this KPI and as long as this is a KPI that matters for the client. So this is clearly something that can be applied with clean tech companies. either for their own benefit or in connection with what they do with their own clients, which hopefully can be our clients, and then we can work together on setting up those products.
Okay, thank you, Nicolas. Is there any question in the public before we close this panel? Jerome? No, just joking. Is there any question?
Jerome keeps it for the drinks.
Yeah, probably. You keep the mic.
Sorry, what's your financing capacity in Indonesia for green projects?
Our financing capacity, actually, the problem we have is that here in Indonesia, we are only dealing with big clients. So my problem of capacity is usually that the project that I'm being presented are too small for me, actually. Okay, we given the setup that we have, the cost, the license, and everything, it would be very difficult for us to look at anything below $20 million. So already we're talking about something that's quite sizable, and so that's our problem. One of the projects we did with Michelin, we did a sustainable rubber plantation with them, where they replanted trees, they create some buffer in their land, blah blah blah. It was 90 million. And it was just okay for us to actually put the resources that we need in terms of structuring, financing, documentation, and so on and so forth. So that's more my problem, actually. But then we have impact investing teams in Paris, actually, where they look at investing in impact projects, they look at as low as $1 million, probably $500,000. They would be happy to put that money. But it's not me, it's my impact investing colleagues in Paris, and I can connect with them, actually. Yeah.
Because that's the problem here that we have in Indonesia, like the whole environment of young SMEs and startups like mine, that it's very, very hard to get access to capital. And when SMEs are producing the best social impact, environmental impact here in Indonesia. So I'm already in touch with the CADIN, so it's a Chamber of Commerce in Indonesia, and they really want to change the policy and the regulation for that, to also push the government to give grants to companies, which foreign capital companies like mine were not allowed to get any grants from the government as of today.
Yes, no, that's a problem. One of the, this is a problem in Indonesia. Financial inclusion is very low for individual and for SMEs. Jokowi has made a policy of forcing the banks to increase from 20 to 30% the portion of their loans that they make to small companies. Every single bank in Indonesia complained and say it was not possible. I mean, not just the people like us, but Mandiri, BCA, blah, blah, they say we cannot do that. But it's a real issue, okay? So there's vehicles that are being created. You have PT SME, which is a subsidiary of the MOF. You have Indonesia Infrastructure Finance, which is more on the infra side. So there are some pockets of liquidity there. But I agree with you, it's a big problem today. They don't have at all the ecosystem that you can benefit from in France, where you have a lot of helps, grants that doesn't exist here.
Okay, Nicolas, thank you. I'm sorry, we have a constraint of time because we have 2 other panels. Yep. So I would like to thank you, the 4 of you, for all those very interesting answers. I think that later on you can still share with the public on a one-by-one basis some discussions. Thank you very much. I want to offer you from French Tech Indonesia a small bag with presents.
Some gifts. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, and thank you for facilitating. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. The last question was actually a very good question to move to the next topic. So Nicolas is an expert in financing. The second panel we're gonna welcome very soon is about from what it's called from seed to C series. So it's basically not only to create a company, but to grow a company. And to grow a company, you need resources. Obviously, financial resources is one of them. Financial resources are getting a bit scarce right now. I mean, a few of you guys are in the startup world, right? The money is not free anymore. So to grow your company, you need not only a nice idea, but the right team and obviously some fuel to go further, right? So this panel is gonna be about creating in Indonesia and growing in Indonesia your business, right? So different angles, financial and much more. So I wish to welcome on stage Mr. Reza, the co-president of the French Tech Indonesia, French Tech, sorry, I should know. And it's all yours. You have your mic here. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Okay, thank you, Jerome, and thank you, the previous panelists. It was very interesting. Before we start this panel discussion, I would like to call Leonard, who is going to introduce us Business France. Business France is an organization, it's a French organization that is everywhere in the world. So I'm going to give him 5 minutes for this presentation, and then after we're going to have our discussion about fundraising.
Thank you for welcoming me, Reza. Nice to meet you all. I hope you have a good afternoon. Thank you all for the presentation and for the panel on the sustainability subjects. There's lots and lots to talk about on this side, and as well on the side of international companies exporting to Indonesia and exporting their knowledge. I am Leonard Cheguillaume. I'm representing Business France, which is more known in Indonesia as the French Trade and Investment Commission. And we are a public service agency. Our mandate is to foster and strengthen the relationships between Indonesian and French companies. It can go with 3 options. Can you go on the next slide, please? Like the next one too. And our main goals are to help French companies export to Indonesia, but as well as help Indonesian companies invest in France in the ways they are targeting our market to. And the last one is to help volunteers, to help French companies benefit from the Volunteer International Program for Young Talents. We are supported by many institutions in France, and we are... Can you go back on the first one? Yeah, it's going to be a bit... yeah, I'm just going to take 5 minutes of your time, and then it's going to be the next panel. We are governed, by 3 ministers, which are the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs of France, the Ministry of the Cooperation of the French Territories, which are all the regions and departments, and lastly, the Ministry of the Economy and Finance. We work really closely with French institutions like the Chambers of Commerce in France and BPI France too. To the next slide, please. So let's look a bit about our numbers. We are almost in every country in the world. We can help any company in any field of work go into any country or almost. We are operating right now as Business France in 89 countries, and the rest is contracts we have with chambers of commerce that are present, like in Singapore, for example. So yeah, we've got like we've been founded in 2014, and we are representing around 1,000 people all over the world. Can you, yeah, to the next one. So as I said before, we have 3 main ways to act, is help companies export to any country in the world, and especially for me, Indonesia. We attract investment from Indonesian companies to go to France. It can be also in any sector desired or targeted. And the last part is one of the perks for French companies. It comes in the second part of the export project we have with French companies. We help them develop with partnerships first, and then we can help them focus on human resources and sending young talents, young French talents abroad to help them develop their businesses. So on the trade side, we help many companies export to their targeted countries. We are more focusing on SMEs and medium-sized companies, less on big groups. Sometimes it may happen. And we help around 4,000 companies to export the services. One of the main examples we have, and one of the success stories we have right now in Indonesia, is a fishery digitalizing company that has implanted in almost all the biggest island of Indonesia, which helps track the logistics of fisheries and help them from point A into the sea to point B, to the delivery and the retail shops, point A to point B, sorry, yeah. And so we do also we do individual individual missions, such as accompanying individual companies into their export businesses, but also we do collective missions, which I will go back further after, which are a collective of French companies coming to Indonesia or coming to, would say, all the ASEAN zone. Which are all coming into an event to promote French expertise and to work out if there can be business partnerships made or expertise that could be sold in the country. In terms of investments, it's a bit how do you say? It's a bit less of my activity in here in Indonesia because it's a bit less developed for now. But I will be keen on helping Indonesian company come to us and work out any project that you would have. And we worked out about now the number is a bit updated. So we are more around like 2,000 foreign investment project detected and distributed to French region. This part especially is for Indonesian company if they are in need of an expertise or in need of a special type of product. They could invest into French companies that produces those services or products. And so, as I was referring to the collective missions and the collective agendas, we organized last year some events that you have may heard about, the French Tech Days, and also the Asian FinTech Tours. That is, these collective missions can happen on 2 to 3 countries at the same time. So we depending, of course, on the needs of the companies. And the upcoming events we are actually promoting today is the Data Business Day Indonesia that is coming up, which is focused on cybersecurity, cloud data, AI, and I'm sorry, I forgot the last one. And one of them is also the FinTech and InsurTech business meetings, which are a special type of cooperation between French and Indonesian companies. We have Indonesian big actors that are looking to import some expertise from countries. We could have some French companies coming from France, but French companies coming from, let's say, Singapore that are incorporated in neighboring countries too. And the last one is the French Tech Tour that we are doing again next year around the month of September. So if you wish to participate, feel free to contact me, feel free to get my number, and I would be happy to explain a bit more what our collective mission are about. Thank you for your time, and nice meeting you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Leonard.
Okay.
So I'm calling back everybody. If you want to come back, we are going to start the next panel discussion. Hello. Hello, everybody. At the networking set, we are going to have a break later in 1 hour, so you can all have a pee moment or a drink or a coffee. So I'm calling my next panel here. Dinda, please join me on the stage. Sébastien, Stéphane. Thank you, 3 of you, to join us today. Take a seat. Before we start, I would like to ask the public who is currently raising money or looking for investment. Is there anybody here looking for investment? Here? No? Looking for investment, right? Anybody else? You? Okay. Anybody else? Raising money? Okay. So basically today we are going through a little bit maybe difficult moments for entrepreneurs who want to raise some money. So that's why we decided to create this panel discussion with starting with the entrepreneur, continuing with the VC, and finally, with an expert telling us about what we should do and what we should not do financially to be compliant with the tax regulations. So I'm going to give you just a few minutes. Just introduce yourself, starting with Dinda. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you, Reza. Hi everyone, my name is Dinda Hervey. I'm a venture partner at Moonshot Ventures. It's an impact venture capital based out of Singapore. We invest in early stage startups with an approach of gender lens, and I'll explain later in the panel. And yeah, very happy to be here with everyone else.
Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Sebastian. I'm the managing partner of Nazar in Indonesia. So we are an audit consulting firm based in Indonesia since 2008. And I'm also the president of the French Indonesian Chamber of Commerce here in Indonesia. Nice to meet you all.
Hi, Stefan Bekar. I've been living in Indonesia for about 18 years. And I'm an entrepreneur, co-founder and CEO of Jagofon, a startup specializing in second-hand smartphones.
Okay, thank you. My first question goes to where everything starts. So everything starts with the entrepreneur and idea. So Stefan, can you tell us a little bit about your journey? First of all, why did you quit a well-paid job, corporate job, to become an entrepreneur and go through all this hassle? Because I know what you're going through, and I'm going through the same. So, and tell us about your journey as an entrepreneur on raising money.
Okay, so many questions here. So, first, probably I have been influenced by my own family. You know, my father being an entrepreneur. Then also, I was fortunate enough to be an early angel investor in a very successful French startup in year 2000, set up by one of my good friends, while I was having my corporate job, right? I used to represent a French multinational company in Southeast Asia. So I probably had already some exposure to entrepreneurship. Through role models, friendships, investments. And then I went to business school and completed an MBA in Singapore and got exposed to so many new ideas that basically I decided to take the plunge and do something new, do something different, right? So I did the first startup in Singapore, which was an online reservation platform for golf. For 4 or 5 years, struggled a bit, but managed to sell the company to an Indian conglomerate, actually. Then I co-founded a boutique hedge fund with a successful internet entrepreneur who had a big exit. Before going back into entrepreneurship on the tech side with Jagofon.
Okay, cool. And tell us about your journey raising money. That's.
So about
in Jagofon.
About fundraising.
It's
basically you start with, it's a bit cliche, but it's true. You start with friends and family, but you need to be very clear. You know, you need to be very clear with your friends. That there's a very high risk that you're going to lose all their money. And that's how you start, you know, because this is the truth. And if you fail, you might fail at your business, but you want to keep a few friends, hopefully, right? So it's super important to be extremely straightforward about the risk. Yeah? And then some people will support you because they know you, they trust you, they believe in you, or they just like the idea, right? But it's probably better to start with your inner network. It's also easier. And then you can reach out to their friends and maybe the friends of their friends, and then I would say complete strangers, right? So here I'm talking about people who invest in their personal capacity, business angels. Then you can also reach out to business angels communities, right? They exist almost everywhere, in Singapore, in Indonesia. So those are structured group of angel investors who sometimes syndicate investment. They co-invest. Sometimes the process is very structured, sometimes not so. But in my own experience, those groups of business angels tend to invest more and more like VCs. One of the reasons it's because some VCs belong to those groups. And because they're professional investors, they're more savvy. They do it every day. They see hundreds, if not thousands of deals. They tend to invest, they tend to influence heavily the investment process and investment decisions from business angel groups, which probably is not a good thing for me, because young startups need the support of angel investors before they can reach out the maturity stage required by VCs, right? So, I'm also a business angel myself, and on the board of an angel investor group in Singapore. I really believe in the function of angel investors to help young startups grow. So it can come from many different ways. Money, of course, but also connections, mentoring, feedback, industry expertise, etc., etc.
So that means that these angel investor organizations now, they request more maturity from the startups instead of previously investing just based on idea or a very early stage?
Yeah, one of the things when you invest, especially if you invest your own money, that's fine, you know. You like the entrepreneur, you like the idea, you can make a decision on the spot, right? But when you talk about a structured angel group, like in Singapore, we have our own fund. You know, it's a small fund, $1 million, but we manage other people's money, right? So here, you are a registered corporation. You have a fiduciary duty to all your shareholders. So you need to have processes in place, right? Then you also need to qualify the deals, to screen them, to make sure that you invest as best as you can, right? And it comes with additional work, which is a hurdle, right? Because angel investors are busy professionals. Sometimes just doing the work, it's too much of a hurdle, right? And it's easier to fall back behind a recommendation of a VC, especially if it's a well-known VC, because, well, they already invested, right? So it comes to the point when sometimes business angels should lead, you know, but sometimes they follow VCs, right? And VCs introduce deals to us, and then we co-invest. Yeah.
Okay, great. So, Dinda, you as a VC partner, how many deck you receive, like per week or per month? And do you meet all the founders?
No, obviously not. I think on average we receive about 100, 150 decks per month. And now we only meet with the ones that meet our match with our investment criteria, and you know, maybe a little bit different than business angel or angel investor network. We already have a mandate on the outset, right? So as an impact investor, and we are actually a GLI fund. So GLI is a gender lens investing fund, where we take into account gender approach in our investment process. So for example, we look at the composition of the team. Do you have any representation of female in the leadership team? We also look at the shareholding. So we do have a requirement, a minimum 20% of the shareholding has to be held by one or more women. But of course, we look at the stage that they're at. So we're going very early. We understand the pain point of, you know, going from pre-seed to seed, right? So that's our sweet spot actually. We're going from pre-seed to seed round, investing in small ticket, but like spread it across different sectors, or we're sector agnostic. Yeah. So we also look at the impact of the business and solution that they have, whether it's potentially impacting women's livelihood across Indonesia. Because we are a gender lens fund, right? So yeah, those are the things that we typically look at and kind of screen before going forward to the next round.
So what is important is women representative and 20% by women. One woman
of the founder's shareholding.
Of the founders.
Yeah, so if it's like if it's like 70%, 20% out of the 70%.
Okay. So how will you describe the let's say the 2 or 3 ingredients to be investable by you? Which will make you decide, okay, I'm gonna meet this founder already with the paper.
I think the team is very important for us, right? Whether you have the relevant background and experience, but also like the operational capacity or the execution of capacity, and also the founder's dynamic, right? Whether how are you interacting with your founder? Are you complementing each other, or you have the necessary skills to execute? And also whether they're receptive in accepting feedback, right? Because we want to work with this founder for a long term, right? Minimum 3, 5 years to 10 years. So, we want to make sure that the chemistry is there. But other than that, the typical business model has to be scalable, market opportunities. Is it a saturated market? Is it fragmented? Is it, whether it's going to be potential of market consolidation in the future, and also is it the right time? It's like, why are you doing this now, right? Why now instead of later? Because I think having business or ideas that's too early is as bad as too late, right? So like Find Video, I don't know if you know Find Video, it's it's like TikTok, right? But it never take off. So timing is also important for us. I think we're also focusing in Indonesian market, so having the primary operation in Indonesia, even though you don't have to be incorporated in Indonesia, it's okay for us. Yeah.
Stefan, I go back to you. After all the ingredients of a good deck and a good probably founder composition, what is the key factor of success for a startup? What is, in your sense, we are serial entrepreneurs, so in your experience, what are the 2, 3 ingredients for a great startup?
Okay, so before answering that question, just a very a fact, right? 90% of startups fail. That's backed by data, right? So if you want to succeed, you should also study failure, right? And what is the #1 cause of failure for startups? So here maybe I'm directing the question to the audience. Any ideas? People? Yeah, team, founders misalignment. Other ideas?
Money.
Lack of cash.
Lack of cash. Yes. Any other ideas? Market fit. Yes. Getting close. So actually, the #1 cause of failure, and it's been documented, by academic studies, it's no market or lack of market. And super important if you're a first-time founder, especially if you have a tech background. And I have a tech background, so I think tech is good, right? But if you have a tech background, you understand technology. You may fall in love with your product, with your technology, with your code, if you're a software developer, and lose track of the most important, which is the market. So that's really where you need to start. And if you do it, you will avoid the biggest cause of failure from startups. Yeah? So now back to the question, what are the key success factors, right, for a good startup? Actually, Dinda gave almost all of them, right? You already answered that question previously. So let me direct again the question back to the audience. What are the key success factors?
So market fit.
Yeah, but how do you achieve that? What are the ingredients?
No, sorry, no. I just want to come back to your previous point. I think there is another cause of failure, which is as important as the market, is lack of execution. Because you can have a market, and you can miss the execution.
Back to founders. Back to founders.
Yeah.
Of course, there are.
I think
there are multiple reasons, but the number one, and it's been again documented by academic studies, the number one is no market or lack of market.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can discuss later, maybe.
Sorry, but on the same point, lack of market makes also. I mean, lacks non-existence or unexistence of this specific market makes Apple what it is, right? Or there is underlying needs which are not discovered. So innovation, product innovation, who leads to new consumer behavior, right? So I agree, but as much as the radio ocean, right? I mean, having another. I mean, I'm coming from a very competitive business, right? Like execution is everything, ideas nothing. But when you are in a blue ocean, what about blue ocean strategy? What about the product innovation and customer behavior?
Okay, so I give you my take. Okay, you quoted Apple, right? Not everyone can be Apple. Probably almost no one can be Apple, right? So Blue Ocean is great in theory, but it's cold, it's dark, and you may die alone, right? So better start where there's a market.
Yeah, sorry if I can add something. Maybe rather than calling it the lack of market, I would say the lack of desirability of the product, because this is a desirability of something that will create a product. So you can come up with something that it's nice to you, but basically nobody wants to receive it. So this is a desirability of a solution of a product. I believe, and that's my opinion, that will then create a market. So in the case of Apple, it's because they created something that was, answering some desire. They generated a desire and they created a market.
So going back to the question of Stefan to the public.
Still not answered.
What are the key factors success of a great startup? People. Strategy.
Okay, so I mean, all correct, but what's the number one, right? And again, this has been documented by one of the early VCs from the Silicon Valley, Bill Gross, who he invested in hundreds of startups, most famously early investor in Google, right? And not only he invested in Google, he pioneered the AdWords business model, the ability to bid for keywords to have an ad relevant to your search terms. Yeah? And he ranked startups based across 5 different dimensions. And the number one predictor of success was actually timing. About 40% of the weight, right? The second one was team, of course, super important. The idea, business model, and the least important actually was the funding. Meaning, if you have a great timing, a great team, a great idea, a great business model, you will get funding, right? So, super important to keep the timing in mind. And one of my friends launched a startup in year 2002 in France. It was called alatele.com. Video streaming, right? Great idea. Complete disaster. Why? Too early. The networks are not ready. The bandwidth was not sufficient. Crappy user experience. Dead on arrival. 3 years later came YouTube. Same idea. Right timing. If you're too late, even if you're the market leader in the world, you're going to fail. You know, look at what happened for Uber in Indonesia. Too late to compete against Gojek and Grab. They left the market. And when the timing is just right, then miracles can happen. A good example is Airbnb, incorporated in 2008, just during the great financial crisis. And suddenly they offered an opportunity to people and to monetize a spare bedroom and to earn extra revenues, right?
Cool. Okay, thank you. Sebastian, you're advising a lot of companies from abroad who wants to invest in Indonesia. So what are the challenges to come and invest in Indonesia?
Okay. I think, you know, quite commonly when you are talking about investing in Indonesia, the first thing that's come in mind is the complexity of the regulatory environment. The fact that we are in one space where everything can change, and it's quite complicated for entrepreneurs, for companies, you know, to understand whether they will be complying with law and regulation. To such a point that, and I believe it's probably true in this room, in this audience, that you start your business in Indonesia, you don't even have the proper license because you don't even know how it should be regulated, and nobody can really guide you. So that's, I think, a very, very common, challenge that entrepreneur will face. Second one is probably also the red tape, the bureaucracy. Even if there are some rules and regulations, sometimes it's almost impossible to get them in place because of all those middlemen, you know, coming in between. I believe also one of the critical issues as of today in Indonesia is talent, is resources for entrepreneurs, you know. You can have a great idea in the tech industry, but then how do you find the people, you know, to develop it, to code it? We were discussing about that, you know, during lunch. It can be very complicated. There is a very narrow pool of resources, of talent in Indonesia. They are very, very attractive targets, assets. There is a war of talent and then an inflation of salaries. How do you cope with that, you know, when you are at early stage of, you know, developing an idea and you need the manpower to go through? We also mentioned this matter during the previous, you know, panel. Access to financing can be also complicated for entrepreneurs in Indonesia, especially when you are foreigner. It's very difficult, you know, to get backup from loans from banks here. Even if I would say maybe the scene has slightly changed in Indonesia in terms of financing, you know, 10 years ago, probably, or 15 years ago, it used to be only international investor, international VC, international business angels. It has changed. Now you have a lot of local VC. That's probably the most active on the market here in Indonesia right now. It's local groom VCs. So there are additional sources of financing coming. You have also a lot of corporate VC. That's also a kind of new trend also in Indonesia, where you find you know, big names like you know, Sinarmas, BCA. Wants basically, you know, to find the next, you know, unicorn usually, yeah. But how they can also streamline and bring value added, you know, to the services they are providing currently to their clients. So here we are talking about, you know, open innovation, you know, collaborating, you know, in an ecosystem which is open with different, you know, parties. I think also a problem for investors is a challenge of legal framework, the certainty of your investment in Indonesia. And that's also true when you are a financial investor, you know. Indonesia is not well known to be a place where you can enforce contracts. It's quite complicated. It's even complicated sometimes in Indonesia to enforce, you know, decisions through arbitration that have been, you know, taken at international level. If a judge in Indonesia decides that the arbitration should not be executed, then it's not executed. So sometimes there's those kind of uncertainties that entrepreneur and also investor must go through.
That's why a lot of international VCs ask you when you're raising money to go and open a company in Singapore and invest in Singapore. So
yeah, I mean
that's the reason.
Singapore is as simple as Indonesia is complicated, if we can make it short. It's ease of doing business. Singapore ranked in the top 5 countries, for the ease of doing business, while Indonesia is closer to the 100 spots. Singapore has a very, very clear and structured legal framework. Its work decisions are enforced. You can go through to the court system in Singapore. You can go through arbitration. Basically, you get things executed. And if I'm not mistaken, Singapore ranks as the #1 country in the world for contract execution. It's very clear. It's white and black. So it gives some certainty, especially for investors, international investor, when they want to put money into Indonesia. Are they comfortable with the level of uncertainty, or do they want to secure their investment? So we are talking about investing, but also exiting, because usually when you are investing, you are also thinking about the exit. Believe it's much more easier to exit from an investment from a Singaporean entity rather than from an Indonesian entity. Easily to sell the shares. The tax consequences also much more easier to handle in Singapore, where income tax is fairly lower than in Indonesia, where capital gain tax doesn't exist or not much, where dividend can be repatriated without tax. So those matter. Plus also, the access to talent, probably also. It's easier, to recruit from Singapore. Even if it's a small island, you have a much more vibrant international community, and you can probably attract more easier talent in Singapore than in Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. Dinda, I come back to you. You told us about diversity and inclusion, and this is one of the value of La French Tech. It's very important for us. So, as you're very involved in all the woman empowerment investments, so I would like to know a little bit more about this area. Are the women in Indonesia well represented in the tech scene, in the entrepreneurship scene? Do they have easy access to financing? Can you tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah. I've definitely seen an increase of women's participation in the tech scene and also in the entrepreneurship, but it's still very well underrepresented, obviously. Just from the funding landscape, women's female founder receive less than 5%, only 4.7% of the total funding in Southeast Asia in 2020. So there's a lot of work to do, and I think especially for countries like Indonesia, where you're facing with cultural norms and the social norms that some unconscious bias against women also. I think it's important to acknowledge and recognize this, and I think when you talk about challenges or access to finance, I would say it's almost equal between male and female. But I think we face more barriers as women. Like I said, like the social norms and the cultural norms. So I think having that kind of like female-friendly programs would definitely help a lot. Actually, we're launching a competition this month. I think ideally we want to be inclusive, right? We don't want to be we don't have a segregation program which is only female only or female focused only, right? We want to be gender inclusive. We want to be gender diverse. But yeah, I think it would be very helpful to have that to have that female friendly program where we support them from the beginning. So this program actually designed based on our experience working with female entrepreneurs. supporting them from early on, from the ideation stage. It's a 9 months program where from the beginning until we help them to secure the first investment, institutional investment, and while giving grants to the participant as well. So, it's a very hands-on approach, and also very much tailored to that challenges.
So if your ladies out there, you're looking for investment, don't hesitate to contact this lady. She's very very helpful, and very long time. It's not just a fashion that she's there. I know her since few years, and I know that she's involved in that. So don't hesitate to contact her. Sebastian, I come back to you. So here you have entrepreneur, but he's very experienced. But most of the entrepreneurs that are launching startups, a lot of ladies also, are inexperienced, and we do things by instinct, not by knowledge. We don't yet have those kind of knowledge. So what are the things that are important to pay attention to in terms of before fundraising and in the process of fundraising? What are the elements that we have to really pay attention?
Okay, yeah, I think that's right. Entrepreneurs usually focus on the execution of a project rather than really the way it's happening, especially in a backstage. What we see most of the time, that we don't, as a consultant, financial consultant, we don't look at the project or the services itself. That's not our competency. We are more looking at the way it is structured in terms of legality, the way the money is flowing, and potentially the tax risk associated. And that's often where entrepreneurs do not pay enough attention because they don't have the capacity internally, especially when you have a vehicle set up in Singapore, and you are channeling some money from Singapore to Indonesia, so from an offshore company to a local entity. People usually forget that from a tax standpoint, it's considered as a loan. It's considered as a revenue for a Singaporean entity, which is lending the money to the Indonesian entity, and then it should be subject to withholding tax in Indonesia. So we see a lot of transaction, loan non-bearing interest, which is from a commercial standpoint very fine. It's okay. You can lend money amongst those companies of the same group without interest. That's a business decision. But from a tax standpoint, this concept doesn't exist. In the tax world, everything should be arm's-length, meaning that any service should generate an income, and then this income should be subject to tax. So we see a lot of time, some exposure arising from financing, which have not been subject to withholding tax on the Indonesian side. We see also a lot of transaction occurring between, for instance, the Singaporean entity and the holdco in Indonesia. So you have assistance, you have staff costs, which are transferred. All of this also is subject to withholding tax in Indonesia. It's a quite heavy rate. It's 20% if not properly documented. So that can really put you down if you have not yet anticipated and documented, because when you are already, facing a lot of cash constraints, and all of the sudden you are adding 20% additional withholding tax, on the top of the expenses you would have incurred in Singapore and probably not properly documented back in Indonesia, then it can be a lot of trouble. There is this concept also of transfer pricing, with transaction within a group, not to be too technical, but same, it's the concept of arm's length transaction, meaning that when you deliver a service to another party, from a tax standpoint, the fact of delivering a service should be remunerated. It should be an income. So from an Indonesian standpoint, and the same thing, whatever services you are receiving from your parent company, from your shareholder, this is an income for the shareholder, so it should be subject to withholding tax in Indonesia. That's also something usually which is forgotten, and it can create trouble. not mentioning, a particular system in Indonesia, which is self-assessment of VAT. VAT, so 11% currently in Indonesia. Same, you're receiving a service from your shareholder in Singapore. You are supposed to self-assess and to report VAT. You forget to do that, it's becoming a sole cost in case of tax audit, so it's an additional 11%. So all those things, that end up can be a very, very significant amount of money, significant exposure at the time where basically, most of the time you are not yet generating any income, you are not yet profitable, break-even is complicated, and then all of a sudden you have those tax auditor coming from the tax office, and I believe, all have had experience with the tax office in Indonesia. Try to get a rational discussion with a tax officer in Indonesia. That's not possible. They are in a different world. Their KPIs are totally disconnected. No tax officer here. Totally disconnected from the reality, from the business. And they are just here to collect money at whatever cost. So that can really bring you down.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Stefan?
Sorry, maybe a follow-up question. Say you have a startup incorporated in Singapore. You want to retain your employees to incentivize them, so you create an ESOP, employee share option plan. But your employees are here in Indonesia. What are the tax implications for the corporation, if any, and if the employees, and most importantly, when?
Okay. I haven't studied yet your question, so I will try just to give a generic answer. Any benefit that you are giving to your employees is an increase of wealth for them, and then it's subject to personal income tax. Yes, I mean, as a the second time, they could still come after the employee and try to collect both times.
I'm trying to get free advice here, but, but really for me the issue is the timing, right? Because it's possible that the options are going to be worth a lot of money, but 5 years from now, but the company doesn't have the cash, right? Even to pay withholding tax or whatever on that today, right?
Good. Okay.
So usually it will be when it's vested, basically, when the rights are exercised.
Okay, thank you.
We are back on air. Okay, even the divine is telling us that it's break time. So is there any questions from the public?
I don't want to get free advice from Sébastien or anybody, but I just want to react something I didn't catch. You are saying that when you have a holding in Singapore, which is sending money in its subsidiary and owning 80-90% of it, the Indonesia company must withhold 20% of tax on the amount?
So the withholding tax should be on the income portion. So not the money you are sending, but the interest of the money.
Okay. And if there is no interest?
So from a commercial standpoint, this is acceptable. From a tax standpoint, it is not acceptable.
No, but a holding is not going to ask interest to its subsidiary?
Well, they should, because nothing is free in this world. That's the concept, behind, whatever you do for someone, you do it because you expect a return. There is no thing that's free meal. So for the tax office, are the same thing. Someone is providing you money. Money is not free, so they should get remunerated. Let's say, just for instance, for the structuring of getting the money, it means that your Singaporean entity, put some effort, incurred some cost in Singapore in order to get the funding. So then, the funding is given back to the Indonesian entity. Then the Singapore entity, should be remunerated for the effort made at the time to get in. That's basically, the concept behind.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
so it should be arm length, meaning at market. So it should be the same rate that you would be asking to a party which is not related to you.
Sebastian, or just maybe because I misunderstood, but if the money is coming from Singapore, you're right, the investors should be paid for this money, right? So it's indeed make the Indonesian entity even in more loss-making position than before, right? Because I paid back so how I don't understand why, how the tax...
That's why I was saying, tax office is not rational. Just want,
that bad rational? What do you mean that bad? So when I owe money to someone, it makes me poorer. Then my result is, because structurally, let's face it, right? Singapore get the money, Malaysia, Indonesia get the cost. So you're right, transfer pricing should fix it. But when it comes to the capital and the capital interest, it goes the other way, right? So,
No, not the capital, really the interest. So the remuneration of the money that you're getting in Indonesia, that should be subject to withholding tax.
Okay. Thank you.
Not really a question, but you were talking about regulation and policy changer. I attended a panel discussion last week also with Pak Agung from Kadin. Maybe Dinda, you know him. He's going to be at the B20 and he's looking for also private corporate partners to just sit down together to propose new solutions to the government, because they really want to investment policy to be changed for more inclusion and make it easier for SMEs. So he's going to be there if you want to get in touch with him.
Can I just ask one more question to you, Sebastian, if you don't mind? Nazar is...
Free advice.
No, actually not free advice, even more. I'm going to ask for more. Do you guys have any kind of program for startup? Because you have knowledge, right? And you're right, it's what's missing most of the time in a company that we hope going to develop. I understand that is not your role. You are not investing in a company, I understand that. Yet, do you have any kind of program? Because Nazar is, very good, yet on the top tier, right? On the accounting and auditing firm, on advisory firm as a whole. So, do you have any program to help the startup ecosystem to get this advice or to onboard them at an early stage?
Formally, no, but that's something, personally I'm very interested in, and it's why basically, we have been discussing, with the French techs, Indonesia since day one, that's why also, I'm involved in the Indonesian French Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a French trade advisor. So basically, with all of this, this is honorary position, you don't get money from that. It's basically to share knowledge, to help people, when they need it. Obviously, I cannot spend, hours and hours answering questions, but I'm very, very happy, to take any call, to meet any person, and to answer as much as possible and to help people. And that's really what we do at Nazar, even, for corporate clients, people who want to invest in Indonesia, we are not lawyer, we don't charge as soon as someone is entering our office, if we have to take, 2 or 3 hours to discuss with a prospective client about, explaining what is in Indonesia, we always do it, and really with pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Time is up, and it's break time. I think everybody's have is a house, as we say in France, in Indonesian. So thank you very much. I have some gifts for you. Please don't move. So very well appreciate your participation. Thank you.
20 minutes break, right? Thank you so much. Yeah, bravo, bravo. Thank you very much. Thank you. So as Reza was mentioning, we have a 20 minutes well-deserved break. So I see you there for, you know, we always sorry for the people who are being here before, but we keep the best for the last, right? So don't disappear and come back. We have another panel about nomadism and everything. And then after the most exciting part, which is a pitch side of the event, right? So a few startups gonna come here to pitch on their development ideas, partnership, or needs. Thank you very much. All right, so thank you for joining again, guys, for the third and last panel for the day. So our third panel is about the new ways of working and the digital nomad ecosystem that surround us, and I mean, that somehow we are for a few of us. And it's not randomly that Bali is often called the capital of digital nomads. And today we are welcoming a panel of experts who are gonna help us browse through the new trends, regulation, and benefits of such lifestyle. So this panel gonna be moderated by Florian Jacques on my left, co-founder, yeah, big up, big up. Co-founder and CEO of Midstay. Midstay, for those, I mean, for the very little who don't know yet, it's a digital platform that help individuals and companies embrace this new way of working abroad. They created a set of digital tools that facilitate relocation for a few weeks to a few months, helping professionals to reach a better work-life balance and helping them to connect with like-minded remote workers while being abroad. So the floor is yours, Mr. Florian. Thank you. And that's your mic, my friend.
Thanks, Jerome. So before starting, I would like to invite Clement Poulain on stage, CEO of Kosong Satu Group.
BLL.
Thank you. Omri, if you want to join also. So I don't know if you know Omri, and Sylvain also is here. So we're part of Kosong Satu. So Kosong Satu is a large group based in Bali. So it's owned by foreigners. That guy just on my left. And basically we have like an offer for newcomers in Bali and largely in Indonesia from the way that we can introduce people in the industry, make them legal, because we have a visa agency. But when we say visa agency, we don't do only visa. We do also like what we call PMA. I guess that most of you heard about it. But the thing is, the discussion of today is around like the nomad, digital nomad. So as you know, most of people want to come in Bali because they want to enjoy first the lifestyle, of course, because of the ocean and all the surf stuff, but then some of them want to stay longer. So the main thing is like, how can I be legal when I stay longer? So first thing is having a visa, a valid one, so we can help for this. And the second thing, if it's gonna be a long term, there is different solution. The first one is called the KITAS, of course. So I guess that most of you are covered. If not, please call us. And for the rest, if the long-term, let's say, the long-term proposition become like a real interest for Indonesia, you can set up a business. And then here we are. We can introduce to the legal way to do it and approve all the documents and make sure that your business will be run on the good way. And then we can also add different services, which is like accounting, HR, a lot of stuff. So we'll be more than happy to welcome you in the office. I don't know if you want to add a few words on this.
Thank you. Not much to say. You said it all. So yeah, we are Legal Legends. We're going to be a small table over there. If you guys have some questions, anything you want to ask later about anything business in Bali. I've been here for 30 years. He's been here for a while already. We have in Kosong Satu 16 companies, so we've done it and we know how it works. We set up PMAs for people on a daily basis. So if you guys have any questions, welcome to answer those questions in the small table in the back, punished over there. See you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amaury. All right. So to start, I'd like to welcome Krista, founder of the Digital Nomad Life Academy. And I would like to, please, like also to bring Wayu, founder and CEO of Celaras Group, and a big advocate of the Nomad Visa. Then Nini, founder of the Work Happiness Project. And finally, Jack, co-founder and CEO of Invest Thailand. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for staying for the third panel as well, everyone. So just to start, Krista, so you're from the US, you're a coach who helps people to become digital nomads. You've been helping many of them so far to make the move to that new lifestyle. So I wanted to ask you, at what age did you start traveling? And if you can explain us a bit about your story.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I started traveling when I was 25 years old. I'm 34 now, so it's been basically 9 years. Just had my 9-year travel anniversary is what I call it. So yeah, I think I felt like I was sick and tired of the corporate life. I wanted something else. I was feeling really burned by the agency that I had been working at in New York City. And I just wanted anything else. So to summarize 9 years, basically, I left on a whim and moved to Thailand to become an English teacher. What I realized in Thailand, which was amazing, which I had no idea that this was possible, was that there were so many opportunities for foreigners in specifically Southeast Asia, but pretty much anywhere you go, I think if you actually rock up, you can probably figure something out. I ended up getting a job at a marketing company when I was in Bangkok. Lived there for a couple of years, got some great experience, went home, thought, oh my gosh, I can't be here anymore. I just don't fit in here. I feel like I've learned too much. I've seen too much. I'm not vibing with the Matrix kind of life. If anybody resonates with do you guys resonate with the word the Matrix? No? Okay. All right, you guys get it. Yeah, so I just didn't resonate anymore and found a remote job. With that remote job, I actually got it when I was in Costa Rica. And this was like 2016. So this term digital nomad, I had actually never heard it before. And when I got this job and I was in Costa Rica, I had my laptop and I was like, wait a minute, I don't have to go home. This is amazing. Then I went to Nicaragua, and then basically 60 countries later, COVID happened, and I happened to be in Bali, and I was just getting so many messages after messages after messages of people being like, how do I have this lifestyle? How have you managed to travel to all of these places? And I was like, because I've been making money the whole time. So anyway, that's how I became a digital nomad coach. I launched my business out of demand, popular demand, and that demand has continued being more and more popular. And I think we'll talk about trends soon, but that's how I ended up where I am.
Great, thanks, Krista. Actually, you replied my second question. So you founded the Digital Nomad Life Academy.
Yes.
Could you tell us a bit more about it?
Okay, so the Digital Nomad Life Academy is, I essentially teach people how to create a small service provider business, doing something that they like based on a skill or interest that they already have. So if it's a skill, like for me, for example, I had experience working in marketing. So if I had been my client, I would have said, okay, Krista, you have experience working in marketing. How can we have you create a freelancing business out of that? And then teach them how to create a personal brand around the thing that they're doing. And the whole model is obviously 100% remote. So yeah, leveraging skills that they already have, or if they don't have a skill, then I point them in the direction of how to learn just like one specific skill. Because what I've realized is that you don't need to know how to do a million things in order to make money online. You actually really only need to know how to do one specific thing, because there are so many remote business owners out there that are small businesses. Like I'm not a solopreneur at this point. I do have people supporting my business, but at the same time, I'm not really in a position to hire a top agency for any specific work that I need done. Like, I need copywriting at this time for someone to help me with my emails. So I'm not going to go to a big agency in New York City. I'm going to look probably on Instagram for someone who seems like they're the right vibe. They're going to understand the nature of my business. And I'm going to say, hey, can I pay you to write these emails for me? And they don't need to know how to do landing pages. They don't need to know how to create funnels. They don't need to know about ads. All they need to know is emails. So I can hire them for that. And there are lots of other people just like me that are willing to hire people specifically to do one thing like emails.
Great. So it's really focusing on skills.
Yeah.
Do you also help them about project management and bringing all these skills together, or is it really on tailoring their own skill?
The program is really comprehensive. So, I mean, it's like, I call it the Life Academy because it's really, it's a lot of things. Yeah, the beginning, it starts off with, okay, I take my clients through a career assessment process. So, you know, we analyze like what's their personality, their skill set, their interests, and then we come up with an idea. But then after you have the idea, now you need to actually create a business out of that idea. So that's the majority of the program, actually. The initial part is just the first few weeks.
Seed, yeah. Great. Thanks, Krista. So let's jump with Wahyu. So Wahyu, you're Indonesian, and early in your career, you were already involved in helping the remote workers. You created a business called Bali Nomad House. Could you tell us more about it?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So basically, I have done multiple things. I would say that I'm a serial entrepreneur, meaning I've been in different industry. At that time, I was digital nomad myself. I have traveled to 27 countries, and as Indonesian passport holder, it's quite challenging, if you know what I mean. Because everywhere I go, I need visa and stuff like that. So, but thank God, I still could manage traveling to 27 countries after all those obstacles. And then I realized that I think 2015 or something, when I was still running my own digital agency, and at the time also I was hired by a fintech company called Berry Pay. It's a Malaysian company. I realized that a lot of starting like new co-working space, like you have Hubud, you have Dojo, and I think one of the earliest Indonesian member of Dojo. And then if there was a co-working space, why don't co-living space? So in 2017, I started Bali Nomad House. And then 2018, it got acquired by Draper Startup House, Singaporean-based company. And since then, I jumped into another industry. I started my investment consulting company focusing on foreign direct investment and private equity investment. Basically, we do like consulting in merger and acquisition, a foreign direct investment that wants to invest in Indonesia, be it in private sector and also in public sector. So we do also a lot of PPP, private-public partnership. So basically, we do the PT, PMA, and visa setup, that kind of stuff. But we bring it to the next level in which we help foreign investors or global investors also tapping into government projects and private equity in Indonesian lucrative startups and private companies in Indonesia. So Bali Nomad House itself, it was inspired because I was digital nomad myself, and you know, like digital nomads, we like meeting with like-minded people, right? So now there are so many accommodations options in Bali, but having a community that we can connect with, relate to each other is not an easy to find. And 2020, Bali was hit by COVID, and as you know that Bali relies so much on tourism economy. So I wrote a proposal because I also run a think tank organization.
I'm gonna speak about that just after.
Okay. 2020, I wrote proposal about digital nomad visa to Ministry of National Secretary, and then now they issued the second home visa. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Wahyu. We're gonna speak more about it just after, but please. But first, let's jump back to where you keep the mic. Let's jump back to Draper Startup House that decided to acquire you after 1 year of operation, right?
Yeah, after 1 year.
Could you explain us more about this event that happened to you?
You mean like the time?
Like, yeah, the story and like why was that interesting for them and like a bit of insights around it.
Well, most of the businesses that I set up, it was all bootstrapping. So I didn't have opportunity to be backed by VC back that time. And also hospitality industry was quite new for me. I was a software engineer, mainly front-end development. So I do front-end development. I did front-end development in the past. Jumping into new business in hospitality, it's a new thing for me. But because I was born in Bali, I knew that the market is there, the demand is there. So why not to try, right? So that's the entrepreneurial spirit. So I just try. But it turns out that because it's a new industry, I didn't financially prepare myself. So I had only two options. I secure investment, or I merge with existing player that has like a better financial backup than me. So at that time, I went to Hong Kong. I tried to join different startup events, but it didn't work. And then when I come to Singapore, I saw Tribe Theory. And Tribe Theory has like quite similar mission and vision to what I was trying to build with Bali Nomad House, but the difference is that I wasn't backed by VC, so they are backed by VC, right? So maybe I should approach them. Then I approached the founder and we met, and it turns out that they were planning to expand to Bali as well. So then, yeah, why not to work together?
Great, thanks for explaining more details. All right, so Nini, you're from Germany and you're helping companies and remote teams to connect stronger than Wi-Fi. You're running workshops for them and you have worked with companies such as Meta, Google, Dell, and BCA, to name a few. Could you explain us your story and how did you end up being based in Bali?
It's kind of a funny story how it ended up being in Bali and doing what I'm doing. So basically it started off with me handing in my master thesis on my 24th birthday. And then I took a gap year. I called it the bucket list year to give myself like a year of doing all the things I've always wanted to see and do. And then I thought I'd be ready for the corporate world, ready to work in a cubicle for the rest of my life. And then I kicked it off. I did a bunch of cool random things I've always wanted to do. And about like 3 months into, I came across a TED Talk about bucket lists. And it was like really like a tangible 12-step action plan of how to write like a holistic and meaningful bucket list that's not just traveling Machu Picchu, but really like to live a fulfilled life. Paired with the philosophy behind it, how we always postpone our own goals and dreams to someday maybe and never really take action. And yeah, that really inspired me to like take it to the next level. And then I met the Dalai Lama, I like learned a breakdance freeze, did all of that I've always wanted to do. And eventually I moved to Australia and reached out to the guy who gave the TED Talk and told him how inspired I was and if there's a chance to meet him to thank him for his inspiration. And then we met up and he told me about what he was doing, that he's actually doing this, like what he taught in the TED Talk as kind of like a coaching program so people can teach that to others. I was like, this is what I want to do, but I just came to Australia on a backpacker budget. Like I don't have the money to pay for like a coaching, but I really wanted to do it. And I believe where there's a will, there's a way. So eventually I started off running like the global marketing for this bucket list company, like 2 or 3 months in exchange of the license and the training. And then I was actually paid for the marketing role and I had this like coaching license. And of course, it's in alignment with this bucket list mission that the job was remote. So I was working remotely for 2 years and eventually COVID hit. And technically, first I needed to extend my visa in Australia, and I booked a flight to Bali just to like wait for 6 weeks until my visa is being processed and then go back. But turned out that life had other plans for me, and I was one day in Bali, and Australia shut down for the next 18 months. So I knew from day one Gonna hang out here for a while. And then I realized like I really enjoy the freedom that comes with working remotely, and I love this message of the bucket list idea. But I really missed the team, like the team culture. Like I felt at times really lonely sitting in front of my laptop all day and like not really sharing my wins with anyone, just having like occasional team meetings. But yeah, I was like, well, I have the freedom, but I don't feel that connection. So then I thought, well, if no one created a solution before, I might have to create my own job. So I quit the marketing role. I still had the coaching license, and I started focusing on team building for remote companies. And yeah, luckily Bali comes in handy when you just want to start a business, because especially compared to Australia, you can live like a good life with like a basic income to kick off with, and then you know, like grow your business as you go. And also you're just surrounded by so many inspiring people who are doing like really cool stuff. And yeah, it's like an amazing accountability. I lived in this co-living, co-working community, and we had like regular masterminds, and that was just the perfect environment to like kick it off, to thrive, and yeah, just have your own business, have your own baby. And I mean, as sad as it is that a lot of people suffer from loneliness in remote teams, but I really felt like this was something that was much needed. And now my cheesy tagline is connecting people stronger than Wi-Fi. And basically it's work from anywhere and feel connected with everyone. And yeah, I believe one should not exclude the other. We should be free to live where we want, and live in an environment that actually helps us to bring our best selves to work. So I based all my workshops on the Work Happiness Project, on the 3 pillars: live fuller, connect deeper, and be happier. And it's a very holistic approach to kind of supercharge employees of remote teams from the inside out. So they come to work, they're having like this contagious high energy, this enthusiasm for life, and then they can show up as their best selves at work. And then of course also, yeah, bring better results and happier profits to companies who actually care about the well-being of their employees.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nini.
Thank you.
So we'll come back to this after. Let's go with Jack next. So yeah, let's get a mic. So you're from the UK and you arrived 3 years ago in Indonesia. You were based out of Hong Kong before that. You started 7 years ago a real estate company in Lombok with Kevin, your co-founder, that by the way missed his flight this morning. And you are now building an eco resort called Mandala, made of 100 units. And an eco-friendly hotel in collaboration with Grand Milia, composed of 100 villas and many other facilities. So I was a bit curious, because you're for sure like a bit out of all this tech and remote working era. But I wanted to know, as a player in creating some accommodation, do you see any trends in the kind of venue for actually facilitating these new remote workers?
Yeah, so obviously there's a well-established digital nomad movement, you could call it, here in Bali, and Lombok in most senses is kind of an overflow of Bali. When people get a bit sick and tired of the congestion and looking for something a bit more natural, Bali's kind of obviously right next door. They've got the international airport now. Infrastructure-wise, it's not there yet. Facilities-wise, also not there yet. You don't have nightclubs and things like that, but it's still, in the last year and a half, especially during the pandemic, there's been a huge increase of the expat community's grown significantly. Also, you know, when I first got to start working in Lombok 7 years ago, the internet was so unstable you could barely send an email. Now it's pretty good, but the projects that we're doing, for example, the Mandala Eco Village, are kind of specifically designed for digital nomads. It's meant to be a place where you can live off-grid if need be. You don't have to rely on central electricity. You know, Lombok is quite far behind. They rely on coal power, so it's not ideal if you're trying to do an eco project. So it's obviously low carbon footprint, bamboo buildings, horticulture, permaculture, education, integration with the community. Key thing is a strong internet signal so everyone can get to work and get busy, but with amazing views. You basically got like rice terraces and then the ocean views, you know yourself. Yeah, that's the idea. So it's very well suited for people who want a natural lifestyle. Our slogan actually for Mandala is disconnect to reconnect. Bit cheesy, but
you could make a collaboration together, huh?
Yeah. Really? Okay. Oops. Not mine. Blame the marketing guy. I think it's really. I mean, integrating with digital systems, digital businesses, it's still got a long way to go. But just in terms of a natural approach to living and being able to, again, get things done, but have a bit more balance and quality of life. Also, very low cost of living. I think one thing we've all seen in Bali recently is the cost, the rent prices and stuff have gone up significantly. It's still a good deal in Lombok. I'm not sure, depending on what your desires are in life, but there's obviously a few things that you can get in Bali you can't get there still.
Great, thanks, Jake. So let's get back with Wayu. You are very close to the government in Jakarta. You pushed quite a lot lately for this new nomad visa. And you've been strongly challenging this government to make this happen. Could you tell us more about it?
So one of my educational background is public policy. Actually, like in our school, we are encouraged to write policy recommendation to the government, because the founder of the school was, I don't know if you know Gita Wirjawan, who is the former Minister of Trade of Indonesia. And so since he has quite direct, close contacts with government, so whatever we try to propose as a policy recommendation would be likely heard, or like directly or indirectly. So on the other hand, I also run my NGO in think tank called DIY Academy. At that time, 2020, COVID hit, and Bali was severely hit by COVID because Bali relies on tourism economy. And I wrote proposal to Ministry of National Secretary, Ministry of Law and Human Rights, and I had actually private audiency we call it, with the current Vice Minister of Law and Human Rights, Professor Edi. And yeah, I explained to him about why we should attract more digital talents to Indonesia, and we should create like a legal framework that will accommodate them to be able to work remotely, because one, it's not gonna harm the domestic market because they work for another market, but just they bring their laptop and they come to Indonesia and spend their money here. So basically, we try to bring this kind of people to spend in Indonesia, but we need to also make sure that they work for another market, so it's not gonna damage the local job kind of thing, So because ultimately the government wants to protect its national interests, right? So I have to speak in their language too. I discussed with him about what kind of target people that we would like to target that falls under the digital nomad category, right? I know that what you see now, second home visa, some people, they complain about the 2 billion requirement as a proof of fund. But actually what I propose to the government is not like what you have to prove upfront, but maybe like, for example, as Indonesian, if I want to go to Europe, I have to prove that I'm worthy person to be granted visa to go to Europe, meaning that I have to provide how much money that I earn. I have to also provide my bank statement. Do I have a job or not? Do I own property here or not? So something like that. So maybe we can do like pre-selection for the right digital nomads that we can target to come to Indonesia and having this visa, from looking at their monthly income and also whether they have legit business or job or not. And third, whether they will rent like a long-term property or real estate in Indonesia or not. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, it was more like a background check you proposed.
Yeah,
at first.
Background checks, yeah.
And so currently they're asking 140K, and how is it currently happening? Is it something that they need to show from their bank account, or?
So now, as what I read from the latest issuance of this new second home visa, they require you to have proof of fund of 2 billion rupiah, or someone who wants to sponsor you. Let's say I have a company and you come to me and ask for sponsorship, so I have to sponsor you. And as a sponsor, I have to also prove to the government that I have this fund, which is 2 billion rupiah. I know it's quite high, but because this is a new legal framework, so let's see, maybe they change their mind. Maybe they reduce the number in the future, who knows?
Yeah, for the one that are in Indonesia, we know that it's always moving.
Exactly. The regulation keeps changing all the time. And you know, during the COVID, that's how it practiced.
All right, thanks. But I wanted to know also more, what were the insights and the benefits you are showing to the government for showing them that it was value actually for them to bring the digital nomad?
Okay, first of all, I try to speak on behalf of first national interest of Indonesia, meaning that now our government direction is to build the human capital capacity. The Minister of Education is the founder of Gojek, and I guess you guys know that how big Gojek is and how Gojek as an app is like super app that is in our day-to-day life. And there are two ministers that merge, Ministry of Education and Culture. It used to be different between, so Ministry of Education and Culture was one entity, Ministry of Research and Technology was another entity. But now these two ministries become one. So Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, and under the Minister of Nadiem Makarim, who is the founder of Gojek. And he's quite visionary as the minister, and he's millennial like us. I guess you are also millennial, right? So because he's millennial and he knows that Indonesia needs more human capital that is capable to handle complex things. And Indonesia is blessed by demographic bonus. So I think around 70% of our total population are under productive age, meaning that this productive age is millennial and Gen Z, and this is gonna be the workforce and future leaders in our country. So by bringing digital nomads or digital talents into Indonesia, there is a knowledge transfer, technology transfer, and economic development through business opportunity and business collaboration.
Thanks, great. All right, so and maybe one last question about that. What were the main blockers that were actually that the government were telling you, like what were the main challenges that they were telling you, like that could not be possible because of this and this?
Okay, the main challenge is Indonesia is a big country, number one, meaning that we have many ministries and overregulated country. So one ministry cannot decide for the rest of the ministries. So let's say if I made Ministry of Law and Human Rights for certain proposal of legal framework or policy recommendation, that ministry has to coordinate with Ministry of Finance, for example, to how we create like a tax structure for digital nomad, for example, just an example case to raise, right? And also Ministry of Finance need to coordinate with, for example, immigration, which is supervised under Ministry of Law and Human Rights, how to select the people who come using this digital nomad visa and make sure that they are not a potential threat to our nation and not gonna make trouble in the country. And then they have to also coordinate with the border authorities and also international police to make sure that this is not gonna be misused by, for example, like terrorists or by people who wanna do money laundering or some like oligarch for certain countries that wanna launder their money, so something like that. So that's why because of this, they have to also over coordinate with different ministries. And also, they are still kind of like thinking whether we should implement this visa for the whole Indonesia or for just specific region in Indonesia. For example, they were thinking about like making special economic zone or making Bali as one of the special economic zone to have this kind of regulation, but not with the rest of regions in Indonesia to protect the the domestic market, because we also need to protect domestic market for job protection, let's say. So, or they also need to decide what industries that this kind of legal framework can be applied to. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Very interesting. All right, Krista. So on the other side, Krista, what do you think are actually for these individuals moving from one place to the other? And I think you brought a few people in Indonesia with your programs. What are for them the main blockers and challenges to actually relocate here?
What are the main blockers and challenges specifically to move to Bali?
I would say for Bali, as we link back with the changes for this nomad visa.
I think the time zone is the biggest challenge for sure. I mean, my clients are all over the world, but they're all over the world for sure. But a lot of them are based in North America, so to have a 12-hour time difference for me, it actually works really well in my coaching business because I do my coaching calls with them when it's after their work time, so it's morning time for me, and it ends up being okay. I do also do a lot of calls from like 9 p.m. to midnight. But yeah, so I would say the time zone is probably the biggest challenge. But I will say that when I take a poll of my 100 clients in the inventory, they all say that they want to come to Bali as their number one place.
And how many of them are coming? What's the percentage of them coming?
I have one in the audience now. What's up, Ben? Yeah, Ben was a former client who made it, so got a good testament there. Yeah. Wait, sorry, what was the question?
What is the percentage of them coming in Bali?
Yeah, so it is a challenge for a lot of them to get to Bali. So I don't know, but there's 5 now, so let's say 5%, which is pretty high actually.
Yeah. And do you help them as well for the relocation?
No.
All right.
No, that's definitely not my area of expertise.
Okay.
For me, the legal stuff is I'm just helping you change your mindset, come up with a business idea. But yeah, the legal stuff, it's not my forte. Yeah.
Okay, so just back with the skills and your programs, could you tell us some tips you're actually giving to them, like the one that comes back all the time?
Tips, like marketing tips?
Marketing or skills of life tips?
Yeah. So I think one thing that makes my program really different than a lot of other similar business development businesses is that I do a lot of focus on what the person's inner reality is and how your inner reality is affecting your entire outer reality. So yeah, I mean, what I've found, especially in the early days of my coaching business, is I could give people the strategy all day. Tell them everything to do. But if they have a fear of showing up on social media because they got bullied when they were in high school, they're never going to show up on social media. And that's a key marketing strategy. There's so many different marketing strategies. And I think that there is a way to market like any business around your handicaps, if you will. But clearing your mental handicaps is the key for sure.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's speak with Nini. So with Krista, we have this final achievement of bringing people physically, even though it's maybe not the final achievement, but at the end, that's maybe why they come to you, because they see that you inspire them to work from abroad. So this is more a physical and on-site end goal, I would say, for the lifestyle. But on the other side, we have Nini, who is mostly giving online workshops. So I'd be curious to know, how do you bridge that digital and real world with your daily job? And if you can tell us more about some tools you're actually giving to these people.
Of course. So my approach is really to humanize the digital environment and really bring back this human element to the virtual office. Because I feel like that's the one thing we cannot entirely replace. Because currently, I mean, when we meet on Zoom, all we talk about is work. You know, we have a meeting, everyone is being muted, turns off the camera, and we only turn it on the second the meeting starts. And we don't have like this water cooler chats. We don't share a lunch break with someone. And therefore, like if we look at the numbers, the turnover rates are extremely high, because what makes us stay with the company is the culture. It's the people. Like we stay for a great corporate culture. We stay for like a colleagues that we love, but we don't necessarily stay for the job we're doing. So I really try to like close that gap by humanizing the digital office, so to speak. So really help teams to get to know each other from the inside out. Like the bucket list workshop, for instance, is one of the workshops, so they can learn more about each other, their personal goals and dreams. I always motivate companies to also team their personal goals with their professional goals as incentives. Let's say, if you reach a certain KPI this month, we're gonna cover the helicopter flight over the Grand Canyon, to give them like more of like an emotional incentive. And then also to have like accountability buddies within the team, so they can share their goals and dreams. They create Slack channels, non-work related Slack channels. I do like, that's sidetracking, but the other thing I do is I developed a digital detox icebreaker game. It's a physical product, but I use it for team building as well. And this is pretty much the substitute of the water cooler chats. So it's, in that case, instead of the physical card game, I created a virtual spinning wheel. And I play with teams as kind of a virtual coffee break. And they get like a random question popping up that's obviously meant to skip the small talk. I have questions like, if you could hang out with a fictional character for a day, who would you choose? Or like, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? Or anything like not work related. And that really creates the engagement. They figure out they actually have much more in common than they thought. And the beauty of working remotely is also that you get to mingle with people you normally wouldn't share a break with in the office. Like in the office, you hang out with people who are either like your age, who are like in your department, but you wouldn't walk up like to the third floor and like pick a random person like, hey, let's go for lunch. But this is the beauty of working remotely, that you can actually like mingle people in a Slack channel that would normally never have a conversation in the physical office. And I also describe it as kind of like a long distance relationship. It's like you have to create something that would normally happen like naturally in the office setting, but because you work remotely, you have to create it like artificially, which means it comes with more intention. And therefore, I do think you can actually create a better and like stronger corporate culture online than you do offline, because you just expect it to happen in the office. But if you do it online, you have to take the time. You make it like mandatory, like time that people would be working, and you incorporate that for team building. And yeah, I do feel like that really helps teams to connect much stronger. Yeah.
I think pandemic has been helping a lot with that.
I thought someone was applauding. No.
No, I think clearly pandemic helped a lot, and it's beautiful to see that companies are investing in that. They've seen clearly the result and the benefits of it, like boost company culture, employee engagement, and retention of the employees. So speaking about investment, Jack, I would love to have a. I think it's on my. I would love to ask you a few last questions. So, you are offering the possibility to people to buy beautiful lands in Lombok. Do you see a lot of profile of digital nomads actually buying lands with you? And what are the key drivers for them to buy lands with you?
Yes, we do. I think, again, the Mandela project was tailored around the ideal of living in this environment, but also the price point is really important. A lot of remote areas in Lombok, even if you want to build something relatively simple, because it logistically is challenging, there's not much competition between construction firms and things like that. So actually construction over in Lombok is a little bit higher than Bali for that reason. It's going to equalize the more people actually place orders for buildings. It's normal. But yeah, I mean, we've in the last, I think when you actually came over and got your first land, we had someone pay with cryptocurrency online. So we've got all this. It's a very much futuristic type of land transaction. It's not. It's something which is it's evolving, but I'd say our demographics are probably people between 35 and 50 typically, but more on the 35 side lately, and more people that are taking a lifestyle decision to actually move and live in Indonesia, as opposed to, I think when we originally started, it was mainly expats in Singapore, expats in Hong Kong, and Australia that were not necessarily intending to live here, but using this as a financial instrument, taking advantage of the market situation and the price differentials between Lombok and Bali.
Great, thanks. So just to wrap up the talk, I would like to ask you all, what's your thoughts about the future of the remote workers in Indonesia? So to Nini and Krista, do you think Bali will actually keep its attractiveness in the long run?
Good question. I mean, I think in the past few months, we've really seen specifically Canggu change a lot. And I think that like a big appeal of Bali for digital nomads is the price. And the prices are going up a lot in Bali. Then again, it's obviously it's still so much less than Paris, for example, or other destinations that nomads are definitely not going to. Or they're not flocking to like they are to Bali. But I don't know. I mean, maybe if it's not Bali, they'll spill over to Lombok. And especially if there's an amazing destination there that has great Wi-Fi. Something that I found as I was traveling, because I feel like I was doing the nomad thing just a little bit before it got like super, super popular, because it's way more popular now, is that I would like go to a destination and then I would put on Instagram, oh guys, like actually the Wi-Fi here is pretty good. And then I would see that, over the next few years, like 30 people in my network, like that had maybe seen me go there, chose it as a destination. So I think that like lots of places, they just need to see reinforcement online and then lots of people start going. And I think Bali also, it's like this snowball effect. So it probably will continue being like the mecca of digital nomads, I would say. And people just need to get their expectations in check on how much it's going to cost. So, yeah.
Right, thanks. And Nini, what do you think about?
Yeah, I agree. I think like Bali is just one of the most popular places, and it's like, of course, in a time age of social media, it's like one of the most Instagrammable places, so people know that this is the place to go if you want to work remotely. Also, we really have the infrastructure for it in terms of co-working spaces and like communities of a lot of digital nomads, remote workers, and just looking at the overall number of like, I think remote work increased from 16% to something like 34% over the 34%, yeah, over the last 2 years since COVID, that a lot of companies went hybrid or went remote, and now they're not going back. So of course, like, we just in general have more remote workers in the world out there. But I do think we shouldn't underestimate that there are a lot of like underdogs on the rise. I was lately speaking at the Digital Nomad Expo, and then we had a lot of talks around like visas in Estonia, I think Lithuania, like Georgia, like all of these countries that haven't really been on the spot before. Malta is also one of the new top places to be. So I think countries who actually proactively invest in digital nomads visa will be on the rise. So Bali will always be attractive. But I think there's much more of like a spread of new nomad hubs, and it's not just Chiang Mai, Bali, Lisbon. I think we have like a bigger variety, which then is also like spread across like just more remote workers in general.
Yeah, I believe as well. Like, and I think this time zone problems is we're gonna push these people in these other countries. So what do you think in terms of regulations?
I wish I could answer that straight away, but I would say that Bali will always be attractive and as the first gate of entry for people who want to work remotely in Southeast Asia, specifically in Indonesia. And I think the snowball effect will start from Bali, but ultimately you know, like Indonesia has more than 17,000 islands, and Bali is one of them. Actually, if the digital nomads want to get out of their comfort zone a little bit, they can explore, for example, Lombok. They can also explore other islands that Indonesia has to offer. And speaking about the regulation, you know, government, they always like doing trial and error. So if they issue these regulations, they will wait and see. And usually the regulation will be taking place before there is a new permanent amendment. It takes like between 1 to 2 years, at least 2 years, to see how the effects will be. And then after 2 years, they usually might modify the regulations to improvise the regulations to be better.
So it's typically like a startup. They launch, they iterate. And
Yeah, and I hope the policymakers will be occupied by more younger generations to come. So like my generations and younger.
Next,
So
yeah.
because you know, old way doesn't work anymore. You know,
Yeah.
so we have to invent the new way.
Great.
Including in the government.
And looking forward for that. All right, thank you everyone. It was great.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, all of you guys. Thank you. Very enlightening.
Do we have like 1 minute for questions if there is any?
Exactly. I was asking anyone in on the floor having any specific question, happy to answer. I mean, to anyone. Do you?
I'm sorry I'm cheating because I already know Jack and I already know IU. So my question is for both of you. Sorry, it's Krista and Nini. Because you're a channel to bring people here in Indonesia and mostly in Bali. So let's say if Bali is a huge market here in Indonesia and for a lot of people it's the only one. How would yourself discover other islands or other triggers to realize that there's other places in here in Indonesia to channel other people to come and visit maybe Lombok, because we're interested about Lombok, and to capitalize on your knowledge about Bali and go to other islands. Like what you were saying, there's 17,000 islands. What would be your next selection of islands where there's the next place to be in Southeast Asia, not only in Indonesia?
I guess I would like to know your motivation behind asking the question.
My motivation is simple. Like basically, we're based between Bali, Lombok, Sumba, and other islands. And for me, it's to understand how people will come and start to live in these islands. I know there's a need of infrastructure, etc. But like, what will be the mindset for people to say, okay, I want to be in Sumba, I want to be in Lombok, I want to be in Labuan Bajo, I want to be in Koh Samui or whatever, you know?
Got it. Okay, so kind of like off of Nini's comment about the underdogs, it's like Bali is the top dog right now, but Lombok is totally an underdog. Like Lombok offers a lot too. I would say that if you want to bring people somewhere else, go for influencer marketing. Me, for example, like it's not a massive audience, but it's really, really niche. And I know the people that, like, if I went to Lombok and I said, oh, wow, this place is amazing for digital nomads. There's this place here that has great Wi-Fi and it's actually way cheaper than Bali. And like, this is where you should go because Bali's got too much traffic now. Like, that's so powerful. And you know, there are obviously other influencers that have like millions of followers, so you might need to pay them, but that would be, I feel like that's the most effective marketing strategy rather than putting out an ad.
Yeah, I will add as well that the community as well is also driving the
Yeah.
people to get there. So maybe not only like, okay, this infrastructure is good, but like there is a bunch of people that I met in other places that are now staying there, and that I could maybe hang out longer with them in that new place, I think.
For sure. One more thing that I wanted to add was when I was like living out of a suitcase basically for 4 years, I really felt like I was lacking a nomadic community. So what I did was I sought out other communities of nomads that were established, and there are some that are like Malta, for example, has like a co-living establishment that they market themselves specifically to digital nomads to build a community there. But there are other ones that are moving around. Like one that I traveled with a lot was called the Wi-Fi Tribe, and there's Remote Ear. So like to encourage groups like that to go to different islands. And then, then you have like 20 nomads that are there for an entire month telling the other nomads that they know that this place is great. That's what I would say. So, yeah.
Great, thanks.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, basically I agree with what Krista said, and it's really about social media, like influencer marketing. And I know that Dubai did that, like they had a special influencer visa and then they didn't have to pay taxes there. It was a bit shady apparently because you could only report like positive things about Dubai. I hope you'd be more transparent in Lombok. But yeah, I think that's really what gets the people there. It's just like word of mouth from people they trust. And then overall, I would also say that it depends on your interests. Like I know a lot of people come to Bali because they're into surfing, spirituality. So just make sure that the people you want to attract, like you also have to offer what they're looking for. And I mean, Bali's Lombok is in that way not too different from Bali. And I would also say like target like more remote workers than digital nomads, because digital nomads are known for like always being on the move, and remote workers, they can be more like slow mads. So they're, slow mad is like being based in one place, having one home base, and they're actually, it's like a much more like sustainable and long-term like way to like hold them at your place and not just like a fast turnover of people coming and going. Yeah, that's what I would recommend.
Yeah, that's exactly the point that I want to add. About this question about the attraction of the digital nomads. That is, each island had its own signature. But let's say for Bali, you have surfers, as Nina mentioned. Okay, diving, snorkeling, spirituality, yoga. The community of the yogis here is quite big. So, whatever the island is providing in outdoor activities, because okay, digital nomad, I need a Wi-Fi, I need a place to sit, and that's it. But what's after that? 2-3 hours sitting on a chair, then you need to do something. So the island needs to provide something for these guys to attract them to do some outdoor activities, rock climbing, whatever. But you can see this in Bali, that it has the diversity of the outdoor activity is very high in here. That's the point I want to add. Thank you.
I agree. People are moving based on, and are driven by the lifestyle. They can actually work wherever they want, but what they want is it's actually enjoying the lifestyle. All right. Then, if there is no more question, thank you everyone for listening that far. I have a few gifts to give.
Thank you so much. All right. So, people, here comes the second to last part of the event, which is about pitching, right? So we're gonna welcome under Anne guidance, right? We're gonna welcome 5 or 6. Five startups, or early stage development. Different maturity of stage companies who are gonna pitch for what they want, right? Some for partnership, some for funding, some for your advice or feedback, right? Basically, not costing that much money. So I don't leave the floor to you straight. I can. So I leave the floor to Anne, who's gonna manage his pitch and play. Pitch and play. Thank you very much, Anne.
You're welcome. Thank you to you. All right, everyone. That's the last part of the event. Okay. And good news this time. I'm gonna get you to play. Okay, not just listen. You're gonna have to play. And the great thing with playing is that you can actually win when you play. So listen, and perhaps you'll get something that you can win today. All right, so the session today is pitch and play. I don't know if I have all the people around here. Reza? Can you see some more people? I'm not sure I have all my people. So if you can bring them. Okay, but just to tell you a bit more about the game. So I need you to connect on Slido. So you have the QR code here. In case we have people online still, you're getting to see it now. So you need to log in, and you have a number, a code number that you need to log in. So while I let you all log in into Slido, so this session we will have 5 startups pitching, so tech startups pitching, all coming with at a different stage of growth. Not necessarily with the same type of asks, but they have some asks from you. And so what I need from you is to ask questions. They will have 3 minutes to pitch, and then we have 5 minutes of Q&A with you. No, that's okay. I'll get them. And so I will handpick randomly from the questions that are asked on Slido some winners, and the winners will get the prize. All right? Okay. So let's move on. How do you sign up? So here you need to type your questions. So that's the screen that you should have on your phone. You click on type your question, you get here, you type your question. Do not forget to then enter your name. Otherwise, I cannot find you. All right, so I will call your name if you're the winner. And then, well, you can put a funny name if you want, as long as you remember which it is. And then you hit send. Once you hit send, your questions will be up. And everyone can vote for the best question. So that if you see a question that you find really interesting, just press +1 and that question will come up, and then I will make sure that it's being asked to the startup if we have time. All right? All clear? All right. So, as I said, there's a little price to go. And I will call our first startup, which is Stefan from Jagofon. You've seen him already. So about Jagofon. So that's Indonesia's first platform specializing in first-hand electronics. Over to you. You can move the slides yourself.
Hi, I'm Stefan Becker, co-founder and CEO of Jagofon. New smartphones are way too expensive in Indonesia. They cost several times the median monthly income, while second-hand smartphones are not to be trusted. At least 20% are illegally imported, stolen, or counterfeited, and more than 30% suffer from quality issues. Jagofon is Indonesia's first marketplace specializing in second-hand smartphones. All our phones are legit, extensively tested, 100% functional, and guaranteed. And by buying from us, you're giving a second life to a device and contribute to the reduction of electronic waste. We have a strong team with all the necessary skills to execute, and great advisors, such as Antoine de Carbonel, Chief Commercial Officer of Gojek, and Greg Dumoulin, CEO of a leading European smartphone refurbishing companies. We raised funding from 14 business angels, and recently from SOSV, one of the leading and most active early-stage VC funds in the world, with $1.3 billion under management. There's a massive market opportunity in Indonesia. We apply a proven business model pioneered by Back Market, a French unicorn, now valued at more than $5 billion. And we have a first mover advantage. To date, we have sold more than 1,000 phones and achieved $500,000 in cumulative sales. We are raising $1 million to scale and to advance our vision to empower every Indonesian with high quality, sustainable, and affordable technology. Thank you very much for your attention. Do connect with me if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Q&A, again, you can connect here if you have a question. While you type your questions in, let me ask you one question. So can you tell us more about the impact that you have? What's the impact that Jagofon has in general?
Okay, about impact, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So three things. So in fact, we also have a social mission. And when you think about sustainability, usually there's a conflict between affordability and sustainability. And here what we do, in fact, proves that sustainability can be affordable because second-hand smartphones cost between 30 up to 70% less than new phones, right? So in terms of impact, every phone that we sell, it's one fewer phone that lands in the landfill, right? So it contributes to the reduction of electronic waste, which is in fact a big problem because inside the phones you find chemical components made out of lead, cadmium, nickel, arsenic, a poison, right? And they end up in landfills and find their way back into the environment and possibly back into our own bodies, which can create DNA damage and cancer, right? So that's one of the social mission, reduction of electronic waste. Second point also in terms of helping to fight climate change. Again, every time you give a second life to a device, it's one fewer device that you need to manufacture. And manufacturing a new smartphone, it's 16 kilograms of CO2 equivalent emissions. And finally, something close to my heart, I've been here in Indonesia for about 18 years. When you buy a new phone from Apple or from Samsung, the money goes straight to those multinational companies. But when you buy a second-hand device, in fact, you support many local Indonesian companies.
Cool, thank you very much. Anybody else has a question? No question has come in the app, so guess.
Yes.
Thank you. So indeed, I mean, it's you know, for phone, the phone is basically your way to the monetization, banking, and stuff like that, right? That it's so how many? My question is more, and it's you are where are the phone coming from? From Indonesia only, or you are on a mission to equip more Indonesian with whatever the phone are coming from? I mean, US, Europe, or maybe people who are changing faster.
Okay, so it's a great question. There are 225 million smartphone users in Indonesia, and we source all our phones locally. What we do, we select, in fact, our suppliers, our partner. We make sure that they share the same values than we have and the passion for quality, and we do very stringent quality control. So every phone is tested across the board. It's about 90 tests for each device. And we offer warranties also to the customer. But supply is 100% local, even if in some cases there are, I would say, multinational flows. Sometimes we source locally, but they could be also imported. But all our partners, our network of suppliers, are all Indonesians.
Maybe my bad assumption was because of the cost of iPhone 14, for instance, right? The level of the phone here will be one second-hand phone going to be 3 generations behind or something like that?
Okay, so great question. So Apple just launched the iPhone 14 in Indonesia. By the way, it was available in Jakarta probably 48 hours after the launch in the US, which was not official because they hadn't launched yet in Indonesia. But today, I mean, the branding power of Apple is very strong among Indonesians. And people want an iPhone, but they just cannot afford a new one, or they don't want to spend $1,000, right, for a new Apple phone. So you're exactly right. Our top sellers are iPhones from 2 to 3 generations ago, iPhone 10, iPhone 11. But when you think about it, they're still very good, you know, because the incremental, the improvements from one generation to the next are really incremental, right? So today you have a better camera. Because you have a camera, you need more memory, and then it's a more expensive phone, so that's kind of the game, right? But the iPhone 11 is great, and that's what I use. Yeah.
Cool. I have a great question from Mathias. Are you going to extend these services to other devices like laptops or others?
Yes, definitely. In fact, we already have tablets, and we are going to add MacBook accessories, smartwatches, gaming consoles, you name it. So all the electronic categories. Smartphone, it's about 50% of the consumer electronic market size. But we can basically double what we do by expanding to new categories, and we're doing this right now. Yeah.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you. And I have a question from Nicholas as well. Is there an export potential for you, buying secondary in Indonesia and selling outside?
Export? No. Not in the plans for now. I think it was mentioned a couple of times that there are lots of regulation in Indonesia. We are lucky to have a very large domestic market, which is sufficient for us, both on the supply and the demand side. So no plans for export.
Okay. And one last question. What about third life? So do you intend to go into recycling, metal monetizing?
Okay, I didn't expect that, but that's super interesting. Actually, there's a great startup in Indonesia called Octopus. I don't know if you've heard of Octopus. It's another company from the SOSV ecosystem. What they do actually is recycling, all types of waste, but their business really took off when they started recycling electronic waste. They even have contacts with Tesla in the US, etc., to get access to the components, right? It's probably not something that we're going to do ourselves, but there are possible ways to collaborate with such companies in the ecosystem. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much. Oh. Yeah, what's your ask? Yeah, what's your ask for tonight?
We are raising money like all startups. So
money.
So we are offering you an investment opportunity. And ideas, partnerships, collaborations, anything goes. Right?
Thank you very much. And I would like to give this to Nicola. Thank you for your questions. Really interesting. All right, thank you very much. So let's move on to the next startup now. So the next startup that I'm going to bring to stage is Vizir with Nicolas. And so Vizir, oh, sorry, I can't, wait, come on you. Bear with me. Yeah, it's coming. So let me introduce you properly. So Vizir is a tailor-made and easy-to-use open cloud application platform for Vizir Labs. So over to you for 3 minutes.
So I'm Nicolas from Vizir Labs. Basically, our company is a very young startup, technically just created last month. But it had a pretty deep background already because we are using a technology we are developing with some partners for already several years. I'm working for more than 15 years in the multimedia and software development industry. And I made some interesting observation. I used to work mainly for web agencies. So we had customers coming to order websites. And I noticed that almost all the customers coming to ask us websites, they needed the website to be connected to their business, to exchange data between their business. So it could be e-commerce. Of course, you need to exchange the picture of your product, the pricing, etc. Only to publish that on your website, or it's a website where people can put information, and you need to take that and to process the information. And they need more than website. They need a full application to backend the website, enabled to manage their business. And because they are working with the different partners, usually they need a cloud application. So the point is that here in the assembly, who has a business and who is using a specific software to manage the business. I'm not talking about managing the business with spreadsheets, because most of the company, especially small company, when they manage their business, they manage that with spreadsheets, basically, only spreadsheets. But when you want to make something specific, you need a specific application. Who here has a specific application? Yeah, your ATS. But it's because you are in a specific domain. But does your ATS do everything what you want the way you want? No, it doesn't. Okay. So my idea was, okay, how can we make, why don't we make custom management applications? So I asked the developers, and they told me it's complicated to do. It's much more complicated to do a cloud application, a business application, than to do just a simple web application or a website. It's long to develop, it's long time to develop, and then it's expensive. So that means most of the company, they cannot afford that. And so they don't have it, and they continue working with the spreadsheet and exchanging the data manually between the website like that. So I was thinking, okay, I need a solution, and I find the solution. So, bricks. So bricks, everybody know bricks. Everybody play Lego. Bricks are modular. That means you can use that for different things. They are reusable. You can use the same bricks to do different kind of things. They are extendable. You can always have new bricks to do new kind of thing if you need. They are simple to create because they are small elements, so it doesn't need a lot of engineering. They are easy to assemble. Everybody knows how to play Lego, basically. And they're inexpensive. So that was the perfect solution to build custom cloud applications. And the interest with bricks is that you can build anything. That means we started to develop bricks, and with bricks, we can develop spaceships or even the whole space stations. Okay, spoiler, we don't really make spaceships, but we make any kind of applications with our bricks. So we developed this technology, and we end up with a full application framework named Vizir.io that we can now use to develop different applications and to develop bricks. So we have two kinds of bricks. We have the small bricks for the developers that can be used together to make bigger bricks that are applications. And the applications are bigger bricks because they can be put together in a cloud environment to be able to answer the different aspects of a business. With different applications, you can manage all the aspects of your business. And these applications are made of all bricks made by developer. And we are the one who makes these bricks. So to sum up, if you want a cool application today, it's not easy to find the application you really want for your business. It's not really clear about the privacy. You can find cloud application, but when you put your data in the application, you don't really know what happened with your data. It's complex to develop, it's complicated to deploy, and it's expensive. And with Vizir, we can make tailor-made application. That means it will always fit exactly your business. You control your application. You are sure about the privacy. it's faster to develop because of the framework we have. It's easy to install. Basically, it's very easy for the system admin because it's similar to install with the technology we have to install a cloud application than to install a desktop application. Double-click, install, and configure, and that's done. And it's affordable because of all the reasons I did. And the cost only grow with the business. So, cherry on the cake, our platform will be soon open source. That means any developer will be able to develop applications for our Vizir platform. So if you have needs for a specific application, you can contact us. If you are a developer and you would like to use our platform to enter the ecosystem, you can contact us. Or if you are a founder, you have an idea about software or something specific, let's talk together. We can join our force to develop the software you want with the power of our technology. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Can you move the next slide? Yeah.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
okay, same game again. So if you have any questions, feel free to shoot them on Slido. I already have a question from Mathias.
Okay.
How do you see the competition from no-code platforms that work on what you see is what you get, modular building principles?
Okay, basically, our platform is also not no-code for now, but low-code platform. That means, as a developer, this is really for the developer side, when you develop a mobile Vizir application, it could be also a mobile application actually, but when you develop a mobile application, the framework really helps you, and you can develop a very powerful application with a very small number of lines of code. But the thing is that if you need something more complex, you can always add new lines of code and do whatever you want. So you are not limited to do something simple, because usually the low-code or no-code system have kind of limitation that it's very difficult to do something a bit complex with that. And that's possible with the technology, with the Vizir technology.
Okay, and I have one question myself. Yeah. That will be the last. So let's imagine that you build something for my business, and then all my data and processes are with Vizir.
Okay.
What happens if Vizir is not here anymore? Do I lose everything?
Okay. The point is that, as explained, our purpose is to open the platform, to make it open source, to make it open. That means for now, we are the one that can make the application. But tomorrow, you will be able to find partners that can continue developing your applications. If you move to a different location, if you are not happy to work with us anymore, you will be able to find a new partner, and your platform and your data will be safe. You can continue working with it. So it's very durable.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you very much. Time is up. I'm sorry, but please all feel free to come and ask Nicola all the other questions that you might have. All right, so moving on, I'm calling the third startup on stage. That's CapekLabs. Yeah, Peter. And so the number one hyperlocal data company. Here you go.
Okay, hello, bonjour. I'm Peter from CapekLabs. So we are the number one hyperlocal data company in Indonesia. We build a digital trust in South Asia. So I started from the coding school before 3 years. After I married with the Balinese and opened the pre-coding school, I started teach the AI and blockchain fintech because I'm working in before more than 15 years, working as a programmer and AI developer in Korea. So I'm working in now is more than 200 members in Denpasar. One of the biggest problem in Indonesia is there are 60 million local business working for local business in Indonesia, but 50% of the local business, they saved their income as a cash in their pocket, in their home. They never saved in their bank, that income in their bank. So that's why 80% of the local small business in Indonesia couldn't get a loan from the bank. So to solve that problem, we just launched our service. The service is a checker market. So, Now we already opened more than 2,000 small villages in Indonesia. And we already have a 250K user. We already have a 250K user in all of the Indonesia. And our thinking is very simple. At first, let's give you the best hyper-local service for local small business in Indonesia. And then collecting the local business and financial data, and then let's make the social credit score. And the last thing is, in user that social credit score, let's provide and then make the they get a loan, the bank, make the day easy to get the loan from the bank. So that's why we opened the checker market at first. Checker market is one of the hyper-local marketplace. The tax is not clear, but Data Checker Market is a local marketplace, can buy and sell with neighbor. And then we have a strong local community, and we have a hyper-local service. It's easy to find the local service. And the last thing is, in the local business and the finance data, we make the social credit score. And our checker market is hyper-local marketplace. We verify where they live, and they really live in their village, and they really doing the local business in their village. We're checking about that. We match and then buy and sell and do something business with the trust. Some of the slide that doesn't have it here, and then so that's right. And then we have some strong hyper-local service. Our users go around to their village and they take a photo and they collect the local data and the local business. And then like a Pokemon Go, we gather some the kind of local business data, and then we mapping as a My Village map and then My Village specialist. That is more high accuracy than the Google map, because of our user is nowhere about their local area. And then if you search about local, when you broken your aircon and you need some local service, if you search in the Google, more than 70% they are agency. But our service can directly connect to the real local service without the agency. And that's why our map is more have a high accuracy for local service in Indonesia. And we got some like kind of the financial data and business data, and the mapping is a map where they live, which the warung and which local business is where is there, who is the owner, how was their business, and then make some score, and then we provide that social score as an embedded fintech, and then as some the social scoring for the bank. So now we are focused to make the more high accuracy social scoring with the NUS, is our core partner in Singapore and Korea. And in user kind of data, now we will often kind of the local buy now pay rate. It's, for example, like this. It's someone is doing the local business. Sometimes they need to get a loan because even they business going well, but sometimes can happen the problem for cash flow. Kind of moment we can give the loan for short time for 1 week and 2 weeks with the bank. The bank can use our product checking system and monitoring system with the social credit scores. Social credit score. So let's think about the very simple thing is why many Indonesian small businesses love our checker market. Now we have a 250K user in all of the Indonesia because of they don't need a large scale of the carousel or Tokopedia. They need just a small marketplace for their local customer. So our service is quite easy to use, and then they can trust each other. They can catch who is their customer. We have a community like LinkedIn. We verify they really live in there. They are just really doing the business with the trust score. And the banking side, in the banking can get some the measurable financial and business data. 80% of the banks couldn't catch about who is the owner of that small restaurant, small business. That is a serious problem, but we can measure that, we can provide, and then they can trust the business going well or not, and they can give the loan with our social score and then data. So now we already get some the investing from the Singapore before 1 year ago, and then now we are often our seed round. If someone is just want to change the real local business as a digital industry, it's join as our investor. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Keep it. You're going to need it for the questions. All right. Same game up. All right. I already have two questions in. One that is quite interesting. How do you make money?
That's a good question. So we provide the social security data, right? After we just get some the business the financial data from the local business. If we provide the social security data, banks can give the loan for the local business, right? So we can get some the kind of the commission at first. And the second thing is we provide the buy now pay later embedded solution, the product check, and then where they are, who is the business owner, where is their location, like that. So as an API, we got some of that data, provided data, we can get some the income from the bank and then loan company.
Okay. Another question is, how different are you from Makara?
All right.
Can't they easily introduce BNPL?
Okay. The Bukarapa, right?
Yeah.
Different thing is Bukarapa is targeting for the e-commerce seller, right? But we are focused for local business who have a small restaurant and who have a small shop or water, was who have some the small business in their local area. We just make the trust each other in the small village. So different thing is they provide as like a kind of the bank, but we are just more friendly for the real local business because we can make sure that how much they can trust and how can just get some the customer like that. That is the difference with the Bukarapa and Carousel.
Okay. And I have a question myself. Last one. What is the long-term game? What type of exit are you looking at, or what are the different scenarios that you're envisioning?
All right. It's so like a kind of the problem in Indonesia is one of the biggest problem. Many Indonesians can agree about that. How much the difficult to get the loan from the bank, right? So one of the plan is we just make the many like a small business in Indonesia use that half a local service checker market, and then use that is all of service in the free. After that, we just have a plan to open the like a buy now pay later with the Line Bank. Line and Hana Bank, they are one of our investor before, and then so we wanted to make they get us some the more easy to the loan. So we want to solve the kind of problem, and then we want to be one of the unicorn as a fintech company in Indonesia.
Thank you. Maybe one question, right? I'm not that long in Bali, but I believe that your model is to know your neighbor.
Right.
Right. So the closer I am, the better I already know him. Right. The first thing. Second thing is, what I'm gonna find around my place is basically the same war room, same price, same offer. So how do you tackle that? Right. Because it's you give me information about something I already know. It's my neighborhood.
Right, that is a good question. But let's think about this. Is the people grab often a kind of the service. Many people couldn't catch about that. Is okay, there are some restaurant. I will go there, can put why I need some grab food, right? But there's all of I believe that everyone is will be lazy, same as me, right? So even just their clothes and they just know well, but they want to order in the mobile. That is the human. Already happened that for the more than 30 years, right? And the second thing is, even they know well each other, every local business is started from zero, right? So there are some local business well, but in the same way, someone can start the new business, right? But how can trust that, right? That person tries selling the second-hand car, right? How can trust that? Even just living in the village, you guys can trust all of the neighborhood? No. But we measure about the score in the history. This is so important to make the trust in user data.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Merci.
And thank you, Bruno, for your good question. Bruno, thank you very much. All right. Next up is OceanKita, Patrick representing. All right. All right, over to you.
Good evening. I'm Patrick, director of Global Meteo Ocean, company partner of OceanKita. And tonight I'm going to introduce you to OceanKita. OceanKita is an Indonesian brand. Sorry. Oh, yeah. OceanKita is an Indonesian-based brand with the mission to reduce plastic pollution across the rivers and coastal areas of Indonesia. And as you know, Indonesia is an archipelago of thousands of islands, the fourth most populated country in the world, and a constant rising economy. So this leads to tons of waste impacting the marine environment. However, still increasing because it follows the slope of the rising economy. So the waste is currently poorly managed at 90% and affecting not only the environment but also our health, our economy, and even jeopardizing our future itself. So the current response to tackle the issue is not satisfying. Most of the marine plastics are still collected manually, which is quite inefficient. And some players deploy very expensive systems which are not adapted to many areas and therefore unreachable. So to tackle the problem, OceanKita has carefully selected over many years some of the best solution available, which is the right balance between technology, easy to deploy, to operate, to maintain, while being cost effective. So OceanKita offers for the collection of marine plastics trawl nets, which are scalable marine debris collectors for coastal waters and rivers. Also the blue barriers, which have been developed for rivers, and actually it can deviate the river litter to the bank for an easy collection without disturbing the navigation. And also the third collection system is the marine robots, which are able to decarbonize and autonomous cleanups in all types of sheltered areas, such as ports, marinas, bays, and comprising a full range of embedded systems for self-navigation and waste segregation. So they can collect and navigate between obstacles, anchored boats, piles, and mangrove. So to recover the collected plastic and also tackle the land unmanaged no-value plastics, OceanKita has selected the reform plastic facilities that can recycle up to 80% of the plastics, including plastic bags, sachet, styrofoam, and other single-use plastics. They are mixed, clean, heated, and pressed to become boards and ultimately amazing end products, such as indoor or urban furniture. Can be for private or public establishment, supporting a go green culture. And the second solution is the Earthwake state-of-the-art plastic to fuel pyrolysis, which process dirty and greasy polymer into diesel and gasoline. That can be used for power gensets and boats engine, with actually a 70% lower carbon footprint than usual fossil fuel. So OceanKita is currently embarked in several projects across Indonesia and working on new projects nationwide and even beyond, such as Vietnam and Maldives. The objective for 2023 is to reach 3 major collecting locations, up to 3 reform facilities, 1 earthquake paralysis, and we are talking about reducing more than 200 tons of marine plastics for our ecosystems. So in order to reach that ambitious goal, OceanKita would like to launch a call for action plan, and for that we need you in the audience as a client. If you run a facility, a resort, an area affected by marine plastics, and you are working for local governments, or you need clean waters for specific events, OceanKita has the tailored solution for you. Or you can collaborate as an investor in OceanKita's reform or paralysis facilities in order to impact positively on the environment while generating added value. Investment will also be used for further R&D to improve more the system. As a sponsor, also, to offset your plastics and to co-develop one of the 3 projects that are showed on the slide. And also, OceanKita is open to discuss alternative project that will meet your needs and your green policy, your core business and marketing strategy. So I can develop more, and if you have any question, you also can reach the inspired leader of OceanKita, Mr. Nicolas Bernier.
All right. So first of all, yes, well done. Because if it wasn't clear, you're representing right? For somebody who's not here. So thank you very much for Nicolas, who's...
And it's a wonderful project.
Yeah. And so so we have the contact of Nicolas that if you want to reach out to him. Same as usual. Do we have questions? You use the same link as usual. I just leave this so that if you want to reach out to Nicolas. We don't have much time for questions. So, Nicolas, thank you. Will you provide clean?
Oui.
Will you provide clean? So basically partnership, in terms of partnership, what are the partnerships that with companies that we've heard about during the previous panel?
Yes, you mean that the collaboration with
with other clean tech companies.
Yes, because they are sponsoring and also offer of investment into the different facilities that OceanKita would offer for partnering.
Okay. Any questions from the... Oh, sorry, let me check here if you have any other. Otherwise, I'll bring... I don't see any more questions coming. I'm just trying to think of a question myself. We spoke quite longly, so... no, quite clear on my side. No? All right, oh, Mathias, yes, please.
Do you have some kind of certification methodology for the plastic you collect, to somehow demonstrate that it's ocean plastic or river plastic, or how does it work in terms of certification methodology, or maybe you don't go into that?
Well, I have not been into to those technical details, but at OceanKita, they have the details of such process.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
You can answer the question.
Yes, I'm Janet from OceanKita. So sorry for being late. I was in a forum of G20. Yeah, we do have certifications, especially for the plastic credit stuff. So we have a certification from, and we work with a tech we called Empower. So we make sure that everything is has 100% traceability. So we know where we collect it, where we want to bring it, and then where it's end up to. So yeah, we make sure that everyone knows that our collected waste is not just going to the landfill without any treatment or anything like that. So hopefully it's answered your questions.
Yeah, I have a second question, if you don't
Yes,
mind.
sure.
Well, how can we help you reach your next milestone? Like, what's your biggest challenge, and how this community can help you to move further?
Yeah. So as may I?
The 70K funding, that's it?
That would be perfect. But yeah, we had a lot of activities and also a lot of funding that we need. It can be also joining us. So we have kind of like a rafting and cleanup in Jakarta actually. So it can be followed by a lot of companies. So we do kind of like a fun rafting and also cleanup. So it's also kind of help us. And then the other one would be, for the reform, it's the 70K investment. It would be great, even though if it's not 70, I mean like.
It's an equity investment.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and then also for the collections and process in the river area in Bandung, it's also something that we would love to start because we already have it planned from 2020, but unfortunately the COVID hit us. So yeah, we have to postpone it, and then we have to reestablish the the connections to the government and all that, and then also. We would love also to start the one in DKI Jakarta, the Thousand Islands, and also in Ambon. So yeah, anything from investment sponsorships is also really going to help us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give you this to share. Which one show you? Thank you very much. All right. This is our last startup to present. And if you like bikes, you should definitely have an ear for that. So I'm going to bring Donnie from Makara. Please come in and tell us about all these bikes.
Okay, thank you everyone. My name is Doni. I'm from Makara Electrics. After 2 years of doing electrics custom bikes during the pandemic, because I lost the business during the pandemic, and then we learned a lot about electric vehicles components, about electric motors, battery, and controllers, and then. How it works. We really learn a lot about that. And then we found out that in the future we have a potential problem, especially on environment. The first thing must be about the pollution, because like 27% of the total world gas emission came from vehicles. And then number two is oil and import gas subsidy, because the government right now, Indonesian government increased the subsidy of the fuel compensation budget from 152 trillion rupiah into 500 trillion rupiah. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And then we know we are going to now into electric direction, you know. And then if we all going to electric direction, and then we still have old engine vehicles, and if we not convert it into electric, it will be a totally waste. I mean, we have 150 million potential of waste vehicle if we turning into electric today. So it will be a potential problem. This is our solutions. We have converted from engine to electric. So we took off the engines, we put it the electric, that's it. And then that both vehicles I already converted, like we using already for 1 year, and then we still have something to fix around. Why this is will be the key of future vehicle in Indonesia. Right now we have a big market share. Right now we have 120 million motorcycles in Indonesia. 122 million. And then numbers of cars is 22 millions and 12 millions buses and trucks. And if we not convert it into electrics, it will be a totally waste later. And then number two, government regulations. The government are ready. They are issue the policy to convert it to electric for the regulation. This year already the motorcycle, and then next year will be converted to cars. I mean, it can be converted to electric. So in the future, it's be possible to do it. And then government also start itself for project. This year is targeting 1,000 only from official vehicles, government to electric, and next year the target will be 10,000 vehicle official to convert it into electric. And then there's no much competitor yet to do this because it's a new business, it's a new technology, and then still not much people to do this thing. Right now is we are in rising fund mode because after that too we have like almost 10 converted already clients, but in that session we have like something to fix. Especially we want to develop the kit for the motorcycle. I mean, our aim is to get motorcycle came to our shop and then change it into electric in 1 hour. Our target is 1 hour. So with SB, we need to develop that kit properly for all kind of motorcycle. That's our target for next. And then our target is also spreading the charging station, because right now we see that government is only focusing on car charging station. There is no motorcycle charging station in the round. So it'll be our progress later. And then we're gonna develop the fast charging. Right now is currently for motorcycle electric right now maybe 4 until 5 hours. So in the future we will aim 1 hour charging for full. So that's our plans. And this is our team. We have a young, enthusiastic group of people who with mechanical engineering and also electrical engineering. So that's what we do right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Super insightful. As always, still the same link if you have to, you ask any question. My first question is going to be, what's your target audience? We spoke about earlier in the, the sustainability and clean tech panel that, there's a need for, Asia to also be aware and be willing to, to move towards more of these actions.
Yes.
So who are the people that will be using this? What is your market, and how much does it cost?
Right now we still like quite expensive because like we not creating the kit yet. We still 15 millions price to convert, but later we gonna try to reduce it by by maybe making our the parts for our own, not by
All right.
exporting.
Okay. So I have a question from Bruno. A lot for motorbikes, okay, but so where to change the motorbikes from now? Sorry, I'm not sure I understand. Charge. Oh, it's charge. Yeah. To recharge, yeah.
For charging right now, is still you can use it at powers at home. Yeah, just leave it at home. You want to sleep, just maybe 10 p.m. you go to sleep, just charge it and just leave it overnight. And then the system will be know if that's full or no, it's shut down itself. So you're gonna need not to worry about overcharging. Right now still on the outdoor part. I mean the other part, yeah, plug-in.
Do you recharge the battery while the motorbike is running? No.
No. Okay. There is a system that called regenerative brakes, but in the motor cycle is not too effective, that system.
Okay.
So because it's not too big, and then the momentum back is not too big also. So the regenerative braking system is only 20% additional for the distance.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do you want me to remind you of the question?
So yeah, you mentioned you have signed 10 clients, so you have 10 clients in the pipe.
Yes.
How much revenue can you generate with 10 clients? Assuming it's 10 motorbikes.
15 millions by 10.
15 million
Rupiah.
I think in
150 millions.
In dollars.
In dollars, maybe 10,000.
$10,000.
Yeah, around 10,000.
Okay. How do you acquire this demand? Like, where did you find these clients?
Only friend to friends. Okay. Yeah, right now still on the friend to friend. But in the future, right now we see that the government is starting to open their needs to the public. That next year, the official vehicle for governments wants to be electric, 10,000 units. That's only for government. We don't finish about 120 million motorcycle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
FYI, so you brought motorbike
Yes,
that people can
actually
have a look outside,
we bought
right?
the motorcycle here, the Bison one. So if anyone want to try the electric bikes, please have a try.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
I gotta take the mic if you don't mind. Thank you so much. So here we are. Here we are. Any slide? Okay. All right. So I guess we can almost call it a day, right? It's a wrap, as we said.
It is.
It is. So I just want, obviously, to thank all of you for coming, all the people who came and pitched, all the people who came and being part of the panelists. Maybe I can also ask David. David took care of the logistics and the great food and the few beers you had and you're going to have later. So thank you very much for all of it. So I leave the co-president to send you over and say some words. Thank you.
Thank you to you. So the first thing that I would like to say is to thank this amazing team that has made this possible. FYI, all this is a fully volunteer effort. So all of us have a full-time job during the day. So we're doing this on our free time. And so obviously, we wouldn't have been able to do that all by ourselves. And so we have a whole team behind the scene that has been working on that very hard. It was all the logistics there. So I would like to thank everybody here very, very much for helping. And there are even people on this picture that are not here, but that didn't want to be on there, for instance, just to name one. All right, so that's for the team. There are some other people too, and they're actually here at the top, all here.
Yes.
we would like to thank our sponsors who really made this event possible and free for you guys with all the food and the place. So Stammer Protocol, Hypees, BNP Paribas, Bali Prod, Legal Legends, and CapekLabs, and also GK Chocolat that you get in your goodie bags. So thank you, everybody. I would like to thank Anne and Jerome, who really did a great job, and in the organization of this. It was everybody here, but these two guys are the most active ones who really did a great job. Thank you very much. And there's obviously Catherine, who is here also, who helped a lot, and David, who is here, and maybe we forget some other people who are behind the scene. But and thank you for the panelists, especially those who coming from Jakarta, especially come for this event. But everybody who joined this event, thank you so much for joining us.
And thank you for the venue and Lukito, who made all this possible. I mean, really, we have been working with them. There was a lot of work that was put over the past week, really. So yeah, thank you very much. Finally, thank you to all of you for being here. The night is not over. It's not going to be until, whatever. Well, we'll see. Everybody has their own agenda. But yeah, we have a dinner coming in. So stay with us. Thank you again, and see you next year in Jakarta.